Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends and family beyond the binary, good evening and welcome to some more collegiate Overwatch action brought to you by Esports U. My name is Warren Jungle Guide Hammond, and tonight I am joined on the mic by FBI Tugboat. How are you doing tonight, my friend?
That's me. Hey, I'm doing real well. Doing real well. Get to cast a little Overwatch action here for the New Jersey. Oh no, I always do that. I always do the National Junior College Athletic Association. I see NJ, and I think New Jersey.
Right.
Too much New Jersey Devils play that I've been watching. Right. Too much hockey.
Yep. Yeah, this is going to be an exciting matchup tonight. We have Westchester Community College going up against the Blinn Buccaneers, the top two teams in their division. So this is going to have some playoff implications here. And first off, it's going to really determine who's going to be the top seed going into the playoffs. Is it going to be Blinn? Is it going to be Westchester? We're going to find out tonight. Both of these teams looking very, very strong throughout this tournament so far.
Absolutely. We are looking at Westchester, 6 W's, no L's so far, Juggle God. Undefeated season coming on in here to the week number 7. Now, looking at Blinn Buccaneers, it's a very similar situation, very similar song sung there. Blinn Buccaneers coming in at 5-0. Also, no L's quite yet, but have not played the same amount of games as Westchester so far. Like you were saying, this is going to have massive playoff implications. Top 2 teams from your Group 1 within the NJCAAE will be going on to the playoffs. But after that, there's a lot of math to be done, Juggle God, and I'm not the one to do it, okay? I'm not the one to do it. Well, there's a lot more figuring out. It is almost guaranteed that multiple other teams from this division will go on to their respective playoffs, but there's a lot there, so I'm not going to get quoted on it.
Yeah, no, I think that's the safe route to go, right? We'll leave the math for someone else. We use words. We use our words. We look good. We do all that on camera. So we'll leave that to everybody else. But this is going to be certain to be a very exciting matchup tonight. I can't wait to get into it. Can't wait to see where we are going to start things off as well tonight, Tugboat. And as a matter of fact, we are going to be starting things off on Ilios.
Classic action. Cannot tie on control. Obviously, it is a little easier on the 2CP, the assault game format. Other formats, not impossible. It is possible, but is incredibly hard to tie. But that is why we're going to have our control / King of the Hill, if you're coming from a different game, to be starting off and ending our competitions here today. In the event of a tie, good people, neither team will be getting anything except for some primo high-tier collegiate Overwatch experience playing against another team, right? We get a clap on the back for a nice job well done in a long series, but in the event of a tie, again, neither team will get a point.
Yeah, that is absolutely correct. Both teams looking for that not to be the case tonight, though, I'm absolutely sure. As we load into game, we're going to be able to take a look at which sub-map we're going to see first, and that's going to have implications, I think, for, what we're going to see down the line in this game as well. We are going to be going to Ruins first, so lots of long sightlines here. Really, I think the longest of any of the sub-maps in the control category.
That's a tough... I'm trying to think. I think library... No, because you can't see from spawn to spawn over there. Yeah, pretty much, because you pretty much leave this, get around your first bit of cover right there, and you can aim almost all the way down. That's a very, very good point, especially if somebody gets a little vertical with it. But Westchester Community College, looking on the left side, so far, not 1, not 2, but scans being shown as of right now. Now, this can obviously change, but that's an interesting look.
It certainly is. Blinn College going to be opting for the 6-man dive on the other hand. So a couple of very different looks coming into the fight. Voidy gonna end up on the Echo as well. Oh, maybe not. They opt over to the May at the last moment. I was going to make some comments about that. This is a more standard, more typical brawl composition. Going to see Blinn College get the point first with this 6-man dive composition. They're going to be able to start to maintain presence on this point, really get control of it, and see if they can get it in lockdown. Omen Kai looking for an opportunity to come in and disrupt potentially Westchester. Not going to find it at the moment. Crazy Hobo now diving into the high ground. They're going to meet the other Divas, see if they can cause a little problems, but they're the ones who end up with those problems as they are demexed. Now the action taking place on point is gonna be headlined by Guts, who comes out with a big kill to start things off. That's gonna be 2 in favor now of Blinn College. They don't have their Lucio, but there's no supports left at all for Westchester. At this point, already gone over to Blinn, and they will win the fight.
Yeah, kind of a slow burn here for Blinn. Now, they did take this initially, and 25% is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah.
And just like that, actually coming out on top of it. I love to see it. Westchester Community College really fighting tooth and nail on the initial, but not really a whole lot to be spoken of from it.
No, not too much so far. Aurelius does have the amplification matrix ready to go, and that's typical, you know, when you see the team that goes down first, they're likely getting a lot more healing pumped into them, so it's not surprising to see Aurelius with that ult ready to go. One pick already on the board in favor of Westchester. That's going to be College Lone down and out of the fight. I wish mine would disappear like they just did off the board. But that's for another time. We're going to have the hack coming in onto iVoidy as well. That's going to prevent them from going into that ice block. They're going to have to be healed up by their team. E-Mech comes in as well on the Crazy Hobo once again. And this time it's going to be Westchester coming away with the point capture and the fight win.
Well, maybe a minor mistake there towards that end. That's a Moira. That's a College Lone that could not have been forgiven. They could have been able to jump on top of this. Avoidy actually putting up the wall at the very end, though, did deny a Fly-In Diva, a bottoms 500. Not a top 500, but a bottom of 500 here for the Westchester Diva. But nothing happening, right? You're talking about the difference of a couple seconds, but big hack.
That EMP is going to be huge, catches out 4 members, but crucially for Westchester, their supports are still online, and they're going to be able to ride that to a fight win, despite that EMP landing and landing hard. Just 2 members remaining from Blinn, and they're not going to last long.
No, they are not. No, they are not. Decently tied up scores up top here, but the ultimate charge going to be a little bit different. They're close to the Cassidy. Ultimate about 65% or so, but yeah, it's going to be the name of the game is the tanks here. Noctin cannot bear to fall right here because they're going to need that sound barrier here in just a couple seconds as soon as Blinn gets aggressive with it. A weak attempt right here, but that's going to be a nice charge onto Lucio. No sound barrier for you guys.
No, Westchester going to be caught up a creek without a paddle right here. Blinn College looking primed to take this point back, but with a Fire Strike from NJCAAE as well. That's going to keep things opening up. Westchester out of supports. That is until Nocta gets back to the fight just in time to lay down the sound barrier. That's going to allow the members of Westchester to try and stagger this point out, maybe even survive long enough for reinforcements to get there. Guts, though, does have this Death Blossom. It's going to be laid down right as the Shatter lands as well, and that will be Blinn College coming away with the point.
95% couldn't have happened at a better time here, my friend. Blinn College coming back on top. Now, they did dedicate a lot to it, but of course, Westchester doesn't have a whole lot of ultimate economy advantage, at least. They'll be online one of their support ultimates here soon. That's the only thing showing glowing yellow for Blinn College as of right now. 75-76% for them. Westchester going to have to get to it soon.
That they are. We're going to see Aurelius getting close with this amplification matrix. Likely going to see that use soon. iVoidy already out of the fight, though. Excellent environmental kill coming in there from Omen Kai. That's going to be 2 on the board, actually, for Blinn College. They're looking potentially primed to be ahead here, especially with the DMAC coming out on the bottom 500 as well. Gabri pops the Deadeye to see if they can find anything, but there's a Maywall in the way. Courtesy of Turtles, they pop the Blizzard as well. Overtime is starting to take over. This is Blinn College primed to take this, but an Immortality Field allows Westchester to get onto point. The main take is there, but a self-destruct catches 2 for Blinn College. And with the sound barrier as well, it's not going to be enough to catch 2 in response from bottom 500. Now, things could go either way, but it's still Blinn College getting the picks that they need. Overtime takes over. And that is a close first sub-map FGI Tugboat.
Yes, it is. We knew that it was going to be close here. For the National Junior College Athletic Association's first matchup, Westchester Blinn College. In case you're just joining us, dear viewer, these are 2 teams that are both undefeated within this Group 1 division here, okay? 95 to 100, I think that tells us pretty much everything we need to know about how close this matchup was, Juggle God. Incredibly close stuff. Now, a geographically different map we will see coming up here in just a second. Any major differences here will revolve around this big, massive hole in the ground that we're looking at right now. Will revolve around those environmental kills, and Avoidy over here with the Pharaoh will definitely be on that kind of duty. Senna as well on the ball, definitely going to be picking up those responsibilities as well.
We're going to see Omakai go over to the Brigida for Blinn College, too, and that's going to be a good response to Senna. Of course, they might not know yet that that's what they're running into, but it's going to be a great option. They're going to be happy that they're on that hero. Bottom 500 now in the mini health pack room, looking to keep control of that. As Senna starts to dive in, we're going to see a pile driver not hit anyone this time around. Point now being contested by both sides. Nobody really making too much progress yet, one way or the other. It's going to be crazy. Hobo making some room. That's going to allow a pick to come in onto College Load. Omenkai goes out of it, and with that, Westchester should be able to clean up this fight and claim the point for their own.
Yeah, excuse me, infrequent that you're going to find not one, not two, but 3 losses and then still be able to hold on to this one. The big difference here, of course, Juggle, is that Blinn College, on their initial fight last time, they were able to pick up a full 25% for it. I think that's a much better deal that they'll take every single time. Turtle's now on over to our hacker again. We saw the effect that EMP had in last game.
Yeah, we certainly did, and it's going to be, I think, even more effective, especially considering Senna is on the Wrecking Ball. We see G-Ninja flop over to the ball as well in response. So we're going to have a very similar composition coming out here, but the backline's going to look different. Blinn College with much more burst potential. Hack's going to come in onto Javi. That's going to leave them without any opportunity to get back to safety. They're taken out of the fight. Blinn College now with an advantage, but we're going to see the nano boost committed as well for Westchester. That's going to lead to a pair of picks and a barrage, which leads to 2 more, and Westchester will continue to hold.
Holding strong. That's going to be, yeah, the Zen just kind of left by themselves. 2 softer supports here for Blinn College. It can definitely happen, especially given you got their Diva mechs that'll come back. You have this ball that can roll onto these hacked health packs. It's just something that really requires everything to fire on all cylinders in synchronicity?
Yeah,
Synchronicity?
we'll say that.
Synchronicity, there you go.
You know, it's interesting. Looking on paper, I feel like at these 2 compositions, both in this map and the last one, I feel like on paper, Blinn College has a more cohesive composition coming in, but Westchester with the advantage. It's going to be 2 picks once again for Westchester. We've got the Valkyrie online as well. Rez is going to come in, bringing Westchester back to 6 with 90% on the board. They're looking to make this a very quick affair on well. Blinn College unable to really get much purchase on this point at all in this submap. And with a few more picks, Westchester will take this in their favor.
My oh my, a very, very different shakeout we've seen on this one. Not quite over yet. Shouldn't quite call it like that, but Blinn College really holding on tooth and nail. That's a boop, that's a barrage, that's a glowing Farah, and that's the stuff that supports nightmares are made out of.
Yes, it certainly is. Yeah, it's you know, honestly, I think it's the nightmares for just about anybody, especially when you've got a nano boost coming in like that as well. EMAC gonna come in. Blinn College doing an excellent job of stalling things out here, but this is still firmly under Westchester's control. They don't have any ultimates, but they're not gonna need them. That's 100-0 for Westchester.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. So, again, just in case you're just joining us, dear viewer, Westchester Community College, Blinn College go down to the wire, 95 to 100 for submap 1. That is, of course, Ruins. Moving on into the second, little well action. Not going so well for Blinn College, if you'll excuse it, after a 99-0 rout. Absolute victory the other way. If we're looking at like total points scored within the control here, Juggle God, we're looking at 100 for Blinn College, and what is that, 104? No, 105, I guess.
Something like that.
195, excuse me. 195, yeah, excuse me.
I guess 194. Yes. Or, no, you're right. Yeah, 195. Anyway, you know what? We weren't contracted to do math, but we did a little bit there for you all. And now you can see why we're not in charge of that portion of the broadcast tonight. Blinn College rolling out once again with the 6-man dive, but with a little bit of a difference in the DPS line this time. Turtle is over on that Echo, already causing a few problems, but it's going to be Janinja who comes away with the first pick. That's going to be a second one online for Turtles, and with Westchester going down to just 3 members, Blinn will take first control of the point.
Yeah, no losses quite yet for Blinn College. Now taking point, not having dropped a character yet. Everybody solidly towards their ultimate charge. Looking at College Lone, 80% coming up here in just a little bit. You know what I just realized?
What's that?
Maybe this is like a slant, like throwing it in our faces. Because the fact of the matter here, Juggle God, is that several of these members probably have a significant amount of their college paid for by playing esports, right? And
Yeah.
so they have to know on some level that I'm a little bit older, and I think you're, what, a year or two younger than me? And we're both through college. We're both through college,
yeah.
right?
I'm not sure, actually. I thought I've always I always feel like I'm the elder statesman.
I'm messing
scene.
with you. I'm messing with you. I think it's obviously that we've both gone through college, and I'll take a wild guess if any of your college was paid for by esports.
No, it absolutely was not.
Yeah.
But certainly these players could be. We're going to see Westchester coming away with a nice point swap here. And really on the back of bottom 500, who I've got to say is really selling themselves short here. You know, maybe that's to give, maybe that needs to give some false confidence and hope to the other team, but bottom 500, definitely not in line with their play today.
Yeah, I can agree with that so far. Blinn College is still just absolutely doing battle and eat onto this Tracer ultimate a second ago. That sticky bomb gets not a nothing. Just like that, a lot of ultimates getting dropped right now, and Blinn coming out on top.
Yeah, a lot of ultimates being dropped, a lot of them by Westchester as well, but like you said, Blinn College coming out on top. We're going to see the minefield, though, committed by Sin on point. That's going to slow down Blinn College's push onto this point as well, but only by a little bit as the picks are still coming in. Although Westchester able to take Guts out of the fight, point has in fact swapped over in Blinn College's favor, but I'm not sure how long it's going to hold. We do have both of the main tanks combining for a pair of kills from each side. Self-destruct now committed. Ninja trying to boot people away, keeping them in line, rather, for that self-destruct. Not going to be the case, though, this time around, but Blinn College still coming up with some kills. It's going to be the Echo losing their footing, though, that allows Westchester to come back and take this point.
Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. What, Blinn College dedicates turtles down bottom on this Echo, a huge source of damage earlier, but that's going to be enough, and just like that, little
wow.
Echo on Echo action. 50% for Westchester. They're trying to take this one back on over.
Yeah, they are. Blinn College has it back in their favor now, but Westchester coming away with the kills that they need once again. But this short, brief interlude where Blinn College took the point, that's going to get them within one fight territory if they're able to get this point back in their favor later on.
Just like that. Blinn College not really too far away from this one at 95%. That's honestly pretty brutal. That's a brutal number to deal with. No real ultimates on board. I mean, if Tracer's having her sticky bomb is considered ultimate, then well, half these games are filled with that one, right? Nice dive in. Let's get at it.
And Blinn College going to come away with a pick courtesy of a beautifully timed and coordinated dive. Going to see a Coalescence popped as well by College Lone to try and keep some damage and healing going for their side. Going to result in another kill. One of the supports out of the equation. Blinn College has flipped the point back in their favor, and in the meantime, taking it to overtime as well. Blinn College coming back with a vengeance here on Lighthouse. They're doing a tremendous job taking away this Westchester College. We're going to see, though, one pick in favor of iVoidy, but is it going to be enough? Blinn College still coming away with the kills they need, despite not having College Lone there. Overtime taking over. Westchester doing everything they can to hold on, but it's just Wrecking Ball now that the Lucio's down, and they're not going to be able to touch. Blinn comes away with the first map win.
There you go. Back and forth we go. Where we stop, I guess it's not going to be on Ruins or Well, right?
Right.
Blinn College taking game 1 and game 3. That 100 scoreline with nothing in between, right? This is a sandwich with a whole lot of bread.
Yeah.
That was the number 1 map win, sub-map win, number 2 sub-map win, and then not a zilch, not a zero, not a single point taken on map number 2.
Yeah, very interesting spread of scores, you know, and I feel like Well is the more unusual of the 3 maps, right?
Yep.
If we're looking to draw parallels between maybe what we've seen so far and, you know, use this as a jumping off point for what we are going to see, I feel like we have to look to the bread, right? of that sandwich, right? We need to look at the first and third maps because I think they're going to be more representative of what we're going to see going forward, right? I don't think it's going to be a blowout one way or the other like we saw, and while I think that was just unique to that map and unique to that map geometry. So I'm anticipating a very close series marching forward.
Absolutely. I think kind of what we saw within the submaps of the Ilios overall map and game number 1 is exactly indicative of what we will be seeing. Now, I have good news for you, Juggle God. I did not do this in my head. While you were talking, I was looking at my calculator and I did the math, okay? That is 267 overall points for your Westchester Community College. On the other side, Blinn takes it at an even 200 after, again, getting nothing in game number 2. The mind boggles. My mind reels trying to think about what exactly it was. Why was this game 2 so quick? And where I always go down to at the end of the day is about this tank play. You mentioned it, Juggle God. Bottom 500 not playing like it whatsoever. These tanks were on the absolute prowl. Now, bottom 500 also played multiple different tanks throughout this, as you'll see as well. Played a little Sigma action, played a little Diva action. These are different characters, like, wholeheartedly, right? Outside of maybe Hog, I don't think you could really get a more massive difference between two different tanks. The incredibly mobile Diva with its mech coming down, and then Sigma, whose only movement ability is his ultimate, if you can really call it that. Doesn't matter the tank, still got a lot of value on it though, Juggle God. That's what we're saying here for game number 1 between Westchester Community College and Blinn.
Well, we're going to see how those tanks fare up against each other in Kings Row. That is going to be the next map we are headed to. So I'm curious to see if we're going to see the Sigma coming out again, because, you know, it's not unusual to see Sigma, I feel like, these days on Kings Row. We will see a lot of double shield, you know, a lot of Ryan Sigma. So very well could see that. Definitely think it's more likely we're going to see the Diva come out here, though.
Yeah, I could definitely see that at the end of the day. Little Kings Row action, love to see it. Crowd favorite Kings Row, has been since the release of Overwatch for a reason. It is incredibly different geographically. It is a very interesting start. It was the place of the Great Bamboozle of 2018, the Overwatch League, right? Like the Widow play up top. Back, that just feels like forever ago. But hey, that's what COVID does, I suppose. We didn't say it earlier. A big shout out to K-Tad, producing away, making our jobs as casters so much easier. We really, really do appreciate that here for Esports Use Overwatch here for today. A lot more tomorrow, Saturday, and the day after that, Sunday as well. But obviously, we got to get through the rest of these first.
That we do. And like you said, we are going to be going to Kings Row, one of the most classic maps that you can have in Overwatch. You know, Lijiang Tower I think comes close, but nothing to me says Overwatch like Kings Row does. And you know, this is going to be a chance to see, you know, as well how Blinn College looks on a brawl, which we haven't seen yet, right? We've only seen the 6-man dive or a variant of it come out so far. So, you know, I guess Blinn could still come out with that 6-man dive, but more than likely we're going to see the rush and brawl. And yeah, I'm excited to see how this goes up against Westchester.
I can definitely agree. At the same time, the logical default. I'm in Las Vegas now, Juggle God, but I'll borrow one from the home lane in South Carolina. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Right?
Oh, you're from the South as well. I'm from Virginia originally, Southwest Virginia.
We suffer similarly here.
We do. Yes, we've. There's I feel a little closer to you now, knowing that we've.
And then you packed up and moved west, right? You got your family back east. You got your work out west, right? You're in Colorado.
Exactly. I am in Colorado. Yep. So
there you go.
Not too far away. Yeah, not too terribly far away, especially by Midwest standards. You know.
Yes.
Almost next door, actually.
A couple cornfields over.
Exactly. We're going to have Blinn College on the defense starting out here. We are, in fact, going to get to see the brawl composition come out from them. Westchester opting to run around the Mondada statue to the far side. Maywall's coming out to try and isolate members of each of the teams. Blinn College, Yi Ninja going down very low. They're going to be taken out of the fight, and despite a counterpick coming out onto Nocton, this has to favor Westchester because of the spawn advantage. Maywall going to come out as well. That's going to allow Westchester to start to capture this point, and they are going to continue with force and take the first point in the first fight.
I love when it's just like a lone Cassidy like this. I imagine this is like the yipping dog kind of coming back, just like getting shots around, but still like yelling, still barking, still
right.
trying to show that they're the man, right? They can get stuff done. But regardless, just like that, Westchester with the use of a single Maywall, nice shatter.
Yeah, that probably just saved a ninja's life right there. They were caught out by the Maywall once again, but some quick thinking led to their survival, leads to this pick onto Senna as well. And without Westchester having their main tank, things are looking tough for them, especially considering College Load popped that Ant Matrix.
Yeah, so I have to say that's a lot to have been purchased with a single ice wall. That's what I was getting to a little bit earlier. A lot of ultimates coming up on top here in just a little bit. 2 offensively online right now for Westchester. A little tank ultimate on the side. A lot of brawl going on right now.
Absolutely, we're going to see a shatter come in. It's going to be Ninja coming out with the pick, though. Bottom 500, unable to get that Graviton Surge out and ready to go. And that's going to be a quick fight win from Blinn.
Yeah, nicely done. Kind of keeping it under the bridge as well. A little troll action. That's going to be enough that is going to be purchasing a nice stop right here. These stops do frequently happen under the bridge as well.
Yeah.
And Blinn is really just going to be looking at fighting this one. Little freeze action, throw a Diva Mecha up top. Those are instant kills here we're talking about, Juggle.
That they are. We're going to see if we can get another, maybe not instant, but slow burn kills here via this Blizzard. Coming out from Guts. It's going to be a sound barrier layered in as well, but the pick still coming in favor of Westchester.
Wow.
A lone self-destruct will catch out Senna, but that's not going to be enough to stop Westchester from moving on.
Yeah, a couple respawns here, but in a little while, that's not going to matter, and that's going to be... Yeah, there you go. Westchester just completely eliminating members of Blinn College. That is a long, long walk. They know it. They will be able to get a little contest action at the end, but as of right now, bottom 500 just kind of feeding that laser right now. Blinn is a full 6, and they have the Lucio. Gotta go soon here. They're just giving up yardage for free.
Yeah, that they are. It looks like they're going to come in for a very last moment. Get that College Load. Going to use that amplification matrix to allow Blinn to push in and take control of the cart. We're going to see them push past that Ant Matrix now and get even more aggressive onto Westchester now that they've got a little bit more healing behind them. We're going to see Voidy go down fairly quickly to Crazy Hobo. Both tanks for Blinn College combining 4 kills, and with that, they take control of the cart right at the end of Street.
I gotta say, the combinations with Zarya Ultimate is really shaking out the difference between these two. In case you didn't notice, dear viewer, there is really only one difference in these two compositions. That is the Zarya for Westchester, Diva for Blinn College. Now that Crazy Hobo is out of mech, this might be the time to strike, because just simple fact of the matter is that bottom has been able to get a lot done against Crazy Hobo thus far. Now here we go, shattered down, nothing for it.
Not going to be anything this time around. We're going to see the sound barrier, though, committed on top of that just in case, but that's going to give a lot of pushing power to Westchester, and they use it to great effect. Going to be wiping the map with Blinn. They will get through the Streets phase and see 3rd point of King.
Yeah, easy peasy. So actually don't drop a single player throughout the thick of things right there.
Right.
Come out on top with halfway to shatter. Little Blizzard action. Little Zarya ultimate. I've been in worse positions. Let me just say that.
Yes, exactly. If you'll forgive me, a little Blizzard action there.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's a bit of a stretch. I think that's a little bit of a stretch. We're gonna move on from that quick as we can. A couple of ultimates coming up for Blinn, though. If they can get this sound barrier online before the grab hits, it's not gonna be the case. They do get it right afterwards, though. That's gonna help sustain them through that. But a shatter knocks everything down. Says it's not going to be enough, and that's going to allow Westchester to continue to plow through 3rd.
Nicely done throughout all of this, as we can see. Still holding on to that Blizzard. Turtle's not quite back up to theirs yet. 2.5 minutes. That's where Westchester will get this one in if they don't see any major oppressive movements as of right now. Senna just purchased everything in a bag of chips for themselves earlier, but no shatter online. Here comes the High Noon.
Oh, the High Noon gonna catch out too. That is a huge boon for Westchester. 3 down now, most crucially the supports. That's barely anything left for them, and with just a meter to go, Westchester pushes it in, and that's 2:24 on the clock for them.
How interesting. How interesting. Alfan on this Cassidy. Right now, 225. The Diva Mech landed behind them at a solid little distance, and it just so happened that gradient brought them down to 22. Now, what, a year ago? A 200 health Cassidy? This Cassidy wouldn't have been able to do anything for it.
Right.
A minor change there, and Westchester has the firepower that they need to push this in just past 2.5 minutes. 224 on this one, 3 points. Pretty good look. I gotta say, this has really been very, like, offensively handed, though. Like, whoever is able to be pushing point, whoever's able to be taking control point on the Ilios map earlier is the one generally that is taking advantage. The defense has just not been showing up so much either side so far, Juggle God.
You're right. Although this will be, I think, the first chance that we get to see, like, a consistent defense coming out from Westchester, right? They're gonna be on that roll for the majority of this map. So it'll be curious to see, you know, how they're able to maintain that defense throughout this map. Nothing out of the ordinary that we're seeing so far from Westchester in terms of compositions. We do have bottom 500 on the Sigma, so that's gonna give a lot more frontline presence in a way to Westchester, but a lot less peel as well for the supports and backline. So that could provide an opening for Blinn College to exploit if they can find a way around that second shield.
Yeah, that is going to be the name of the game, though, here. Westchester knows exactly what they're doing by pulling this one out. They have a Maywall to throw in the mix as well. There's the first little bit, and Ginja really feels... Okay, I thought that was a shatter for a second. I was about to lose my mind.
Yeah, that would have been just absolutely absurd.
Like, no way. Like,
yeah.
Like...
But still, an excellent showing coming out from Westchester right off the bat. They're able to make quick work of Blinn College, and with that, their first successful defense is on the board, and already they're sitting in a prettier position than Blinn is, considering their first push.
Yeah. I mean, we said it earlier, or I said it earlier. I think you backed me. I'm not sure, but this has been offensively based regardless.
I generally agree with what my co-casters say.
I'm with it. But my point is that we've been decrying the defense for a little while, and that was a good first hold. Obviously, it's momentum based in large parts, but that is the beginning towards another one. Little flashbang war on the side, but at the end of the day, Westchester coming out on top again.
That they are, and now they're going to have quite the old bank built up as well. We're going to see 4 essentially in place for Westchester, but Blinn, again, because of the fact that they're taking more damage, have lost a couple of fights now. College Lone does have the Amp Matrix. Now, what's critical about that is that's going to allow Blinn to charge up these other ultimates, and while they may be behind, they certainly could meet Westchester in the middle of this fight if they're able to maintain that launch. Shinna has that shatter ready to go. Alphen gonna pop this Deadeye. Gonna be a Maywall in response now from Turtles, turtling up their team, as it were. Shinna still holding on to that shatter, waiting for the opportune moment to let it fly. College Lone uses that Ant Matrix. There goes the Gravitic Flux as well. That's gonna be good for a pair of kills, and Blinn College still unable to make a crack in Westchester's defense.
Wow, so I gotta say, I anticipated a much longer game, or I guess part 2 of this King's Row. You know, much longer offense on the other side. Crazy Hobo does drop it and then pays for it every single day. I am unsure as to the looks for that. I wish I could have gotten a glance, like a little screen cap of what the ultimate charges for Westchester were before that action, because I know what they are after. That's Alphan, more or closer to that Deadeye than not. Same thing for Senna. Same thing for bottom 500 now. This is crazy stuff. Not sure I would have recommended that.
We're going to see the shatter come out. That lays down 5 members. One of them permanently. Gut's going to be able to take advantage of that with the Deadeye coming around the corner right in time. Omen Kai pops the Sandberry to just make absolutely sure that Blinn, in fact, takes this first point. And we'll see the streets of King's Row.
The Vim and the Vigor, that's Guts right there, absolutely popping off for a little bit. It took Blinn College a few minutes, maybe even a little bit more time than Westchester if we're dividing it up numerically. That's okay. They're going to be taking it. They're going to be getting a little bit extra time, and as long as they do not take the same amount of time that Westchester spent just honestly beating their heads against that second point, that will still be money.
It absolutely will. Speaking of money, college loan is at 82%, and while those words terrified me as a former student, they probably terrify Westchester a little bit more. But they're going to be able to take care of it as a huge pair of picks come in from Alpha, and they're going to get their Deadeye off the back of that, and Westchester will hold it.
Yeah, so didn't necessarily predict that this was going to be flying through on Arches. This is a classic look right here. A lot of natural cover, big choke point. Defenses usually do hold up right here. The big test will be, of course, how Blinn gets it done after they get onto the second, or if they get on the second point, excuse me, and after they get that extra time. Turtles up top, just kind of biding their time.
They're going to have to wait a little bit longer because Ninja's out of the fight. Swapped over to the Winston as well. That happened in the meantime. So we're looking at a double bubble composition coming out from Blinn now, and I'm not sure if that's necessarily the right choice here, considering, you know, bottom 500 is on the Sigma as well, right? That rock, the freeze, the stun, that's going to make Ninja's life very, very difficult. But good news for Crazy Hobo, probably going to charge that Zarya beam up quite a bit.
Speaking of charging, oh, Senna gets knocked out of that ultimate animation. That's a whole lot still online for Westchester, though. Guts tries something, not a whole lot to be found.
Not going to be this time around. We hear the Gravitic Flux coming in from bottom 500, and with a pair of kills already on the board for Westchester, that's going to make things even harder for Blinn College, and once again, they are stalled out here at Arches.
Yeah, so not really. Again, I'm not saying in a bad way, but I'm not really surprised. These are two teams doing absolute battle. Now, eventually, we have to go back to our other point, and that is, of course, about the idea of, you know, same compositions, right? Mirroring up and see what happens. Shake that tree, see what falls out here, Juggle God. Because we went from a situation where these two teams played entirely multiple team fights with only a one hero difference. Now, this couldn't get much more different.
No, it couldn't, and we're seeing the, you know, the consequences of that. A big anti comes in from Omen Kai, but because of that Ant Matrix from Aurelius, excellently timed to keep their team in it, they're able to turn the tables on Blinn College and take this fight win for themselves.
There you go. I think the last 30 seconds have taught us the difference between these two teams. When you're talking about individuals, the human beings, right? The players themselves that have gotten time to spend on the same heroes for a while. I think that's just, you know, maybe a little bit of warm-up action. I don't know. It's just simply working for Westchester. The changes from Blinn so far, not really popping off.
Not so far, and not at this moment either. And with 10 seconds left to go, that is not good for Blinn College. Westchester getting the lion's share of the kills here. In fact, nobody going down from their side. 2 seconds left to go. Can anyone touch? No, they can't. That's going to be Westchester evening up the scoreline.
There you go. There you go. Blinn College coming out. Map 1, Map 3 of the Helios goes their way, then drops it. Map number 2. There's, of course, a best of 5, and this will be a tying factor. After this, we will have essentially been purchasing ourselves another best of 3 series after this. We see another tie that'll just be basically one and done. Could have done that all the way down. As it is, though, the geographical difference here, I think that spells out a lot. Obviously, composition-wise, we are far, far removed from, you know, our goats, from anything else that is just far and away the best team compositions or whatnot. So I think this was good adaptations on both sides right here. But once again, I have to go back to it. Like, Blinn College literally just played a better competition, a better series of games of Overwatch on a different set of heroes on a different composition earlier. At what point do you think, okay, like, it is all getting tossed out here? If we don't go back, you know, losing by a couple seconds before, you know, point 2, losing by a wide margin by being kept under this choke point right here, the very first choke point on King's Row, at some point you got to realize, you know, a loss is a loss. If we take it closer, we take it farther. Might as well just throw it a lot against the wall and see what sticks here, Juggle God. What stuck was just this opposite, the other composition and matching earlier. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's an interesting point that you bring up. I you know, I hadn't thought about that as well. You know, the fact that Blinn College was really, you know, having a struggle, having a hard time pushing through with this mirror composition, and like you said, they're looking at a potential loss. So why not throw something in the wall and see if it sticks? So that makes a lot of sense. You know, I don't typically think of some of these swaps in that context, but I really like that point.
Yeah.
Going to be interesting to see, what we see moving into this next map as well, right? It's going to be now Blinn College's choice after taking the L on King's Row. So they've got an opportunity to maybe play to their strengths, try and take this, this match that's a little more favorable for them. But
Yep.
we're going to have to wait a few minutes before we get there because we're going to throw it to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly. We're going to have the hack coming in onto Voidy as well. That's going to prevent them from going into that ice block. They're going to have to be healed up by their team. E-Mech comes in as well into Crazy Hobo once again, and this time it's going to be Westchester coming away with the point capture and the fight win.
You're talking about the difference of a couple seconds, but big hack.
That EMP is going to be huge, catches out 4 members, but crucially for Westchester, their supports are still online, and they're going to be able to ride that to a fight win. Despite that EMP lurks, that is until Nocta gets back to the fight just in time to lay down the sound barrier. That's going to allow the members of Westchester to try and stagger this point out, maybe even survive long enough for reinforcements to get there. Guts, though, does have this Death Blossom. It's going to be laid down right as the Shatter lands as well, and that will be Blinn College coming to get onto point. The main take is there, but a self-destruct catches 2 for Blinn College. And with the sound barrier as well, it's not going to be enough to catch 2 in response from bottom 500. Now, things could go either way, but it's still Blinn College getting the picks that they need. Overtime takes over, and that is a close first sub-map. Omenkai goes out of it, and with that, Westchester should be able to clean up this fight and claim the point for their own.
Yeah, excuse me, infrequent that you're gonna find
in onto Javi. That's gonna leave them without any opportunity to get back to safety. They're taken out of the fight. Blinn College now with an advantage, but we're gonna see the nano boost committed as well for Westchester. That's gonna lead to a pair of picks and a barrage with anybody, especially when you've got a nano boost coming in like that as well. E-Mac gonna come in. Blinn College doing an excellent job of stalling things out here, but this is still firmly under Westchester's control. They don't have any ultimates, but they're not gonna need them. The elder statesman.
I'm messing with you. I'm messing with you. I think it's obviously that we've both gone through college, and I'll take a wild guess if any of your college was paid for by esports.
No, it absolutely was not. But they need, despite not having college loan there. Overtime ticking over. Westchester doing everything they can to hold on, but it's just wrecking ball now that the Lucio's down, and they're not going to be able to touch. Blinn comes away with the first map.
I love when it's just like a lone Cassidy like this. I imagine there's like the yipping dog kind of coming back, just like getting shots around, but still like yelling, still barking, still right. Trying to show that they're the man, right? They can get stuff done. But regardless, just like that, online right now for Westchester, little tank ultimate on the side, a lot of brawl going on right now.
Absolutely, we're going to see Shatter come in. It's going to be Jin Ninja coming out with the pick, though. Bottom 500, unable to get that Graviton Surge out and ready to go. And that's going to be a quick fight win from Blinn. To allow Blinn to push in and take control of the cart, we're going to see them push past that Amp Matrix now and get even more aggressive onto Westchester now that they've got a little bit more healing behind them. We're going to see Voidy go down fairly quickly to Crazy Hobo. Both tanks for Blinn College combining 4 kills, and with that, they take control of the cart right at the end of Street. And they will get through the Streets phase and see 3rd point of game.
Yeah, easy peasy. So actually don't drop a single player throughout the thick of things right there. Right. Come out on top with halfway to Shatter. Little blizzard action.
Love ultimates coming up for Blinn, though. If they can get this sound barrier online before the grab hits, it's not going to be the case. They do get it right afterwards, though. That's going to help sustain them through that. But a shot, that's barely anything left for them. And with just a meter to go, Westchester pushes it in. And that's 2:24 on the clock for them.
How interesting. But my point is that we've been decrying the defense for a little while, and that was a good first hold. Obviously, it's momentum-based in large parts, but that is the beginning towards another one. Little flashbang war on the side, but at the end of the day, Westchester.
Shatter come out and lays down 5 members, one of them permanently. Guts gonna be able to take advantage of that with the Deadeye coming around the corner right in time. Omenkai pops the Sandberry to just make absolutely sure that Blinn, in fact, takes this first point. And we're seeing the consequence of that. A big anti-nade comes in from Omenkai, but because of that Ant Matrix from more recently time to keep their team in it. They're able to turn the tables on Blinn College and take one for them, getting the lion's share of the kills here. In fact, nobody goes inside. 2 seconds left to go. Can anyone? No, they can't. That's going to be Westchester evening up the scoreline.
Suggestions? Any predictions when it comes to composition here, Jungle God?
Ooh, that's an interesting question. Now, are you asking for Westchester or for Blinn or for both?
For Blinn on the offense. For Blinn on the offense.
Blinn on the offense. You know, honestly, I would like to see at least a SimTP out the gates, first shot, right?
Yep.
That's what I would like to see. If it doesn't work, swap over to something. And considering what Westchester is going to be putting on defense, I think what I'd like to see is try this TP first. If it doesn't work, then swap over to a Wrecking Ball based composition. Now, of course, there's some personal bias there. I absolutely love Wrecking Ball. I am a Wrecking Ball main. I make no secrets, no bones about that. No one's perfect, exactly. So, you know, there's a little bit of that. You know, I will acknowledge that. But I honestly think it's a good composition to try and disrupt what Westchester has.
Nobody saw it, Alfan. Nobody saw it. Don't worry about it. It's not broadcasted to the internet for all the time. They tried to use the coach gun to get on top of that, but just kind of funny. Obviously, does not matter. Does not matter as of right now. Starting out with the same amount of time, Blinn College. I 100% agree with the SimTP strats, though. At least try it. There's not really that you're like a lot that you're gonna lose on this. You don't have to die to reset. You can always walk back and get it done. There it goes, and let's see how it works.
I like this approach. Yeah, they don't go straight to point. They go straight to bottom 500 and take them out of the fight very, very quickly. That's going to open this point wide open because Westchester doesn't have a composition that's really suited to holding onto the point. Really, Crazy Hobo on that Sig was their best chance, and with that, Blinn College is making very short work of this first point. And once again, the defense nowhere to be found for either side.
Nowhere to be found, and with a full, minute and 12, I think, extra that Blinn College is looking on the other side. TP to start this one off. That's a big boop right there.
You love to see it. Massive play from bottom 500. Ninja says, nope, I'm out of here too, but I'm not going to let you get a 4K environmental.
Wow. Okay, so just like that, bottom 500 stops one of the largest, most deadly snowballs that I've seen in quite a while on Kings Row. Obviously, the two CP maps do fall prey to that situation frequently. Bottom 500 literally reads it like a book and burns it. Yeah,
that they do, and they're rewarded with almost 80% of their ult charge as well. They're going to have... They have put Westchester in a much better position coming into this next fight. I like this TP coming out from Blinn College. That's going to put them directly into the back line.
The Bob?
They're not going to be able to last too long. Voidy gone as well. Minefield committed by bottom 500. We are going to see the rest come in, but Blinn College is making fast work of everything here. Ninja, though, out of the fight, and Crazy Hobo goes down out of their mech. This is Westchester continuing to hold. Beautiful play coming out on the defense. Here it shows up.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry, Maya's out here deceiving me for a second. That's no tick. That's no progress. That's, you know, first tick is 33. We're looking at like 31 and a half, 32 maybe, something like that. Crazy, crazy stuff. Corner play is here from Westchester Community College. If I'm picking between a Sound Bear from Omen Kai and a Senna Supercharger, I'm going Senna Supercharger every single time, especially the way that they're playing this Orisa tank as of right now. Off the back, you know, just the tanks for Westchester popping off in every way, shape, and form. Supercharger super early? I take it back. I'll take the Sound Bear back.
Yep. Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like that was a little bit of a misplay coming out from Senna. They needed to wait until Blinn committed, because now they've built up the Death Blossom as well. We're going to see the aggression come in. Now Gut's going to be the first to fall, though. Westchester still holding on strong. Sadberry to see if maybe they can turn something around here, but with the respawns heavily in favor of Westchester, I'm not sure that it was a great idea to commit that resource to this fight. Westchester coming away with the lion's shares of the kills here. Crazy Hobo just decides to, see themselves out.
Long walk of a short pier indeed, Juggle God. Looking at Omen Kai that really would have liked to have held on to that sound barrier, but about 23 ultimate percentage points before then, Westchester, Senna does the same thing. So, I have to say, Westchester kind of coming out on, I mean, not just because of time, but coming out on top of that previously. The big thing, of course, is that Guts has that, and Turtles did not pop it on the previous. Super close to some more, though, and they do have this Baptiste ultimate to boot.
Yeah, that they do. This could be an absolutely deadly push coming out from Blinn College right here. We're going to see Bottom 500, though, seeing if they can stop these things in their tracks. We're going to get an early Death Blossom committed by Turtles. It doesn't find any value, and that's one win condition out the window for Blinn. And with that, Westchester continues to hold.
So Blinn not going to take it with the same amount of time. That much is guaranteed. They took their first point a lot faster. Wise plays here from Gus to simply get team out of this one. No need to take respawns or give up any ultimate charge on the other side. At a certain point, you give up the Guts sim, though. Like, obviously you want to use this ultimate, but eventually it's just not really worth it, right?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, I think they've been holding this ult a little too close to their chest as well, right? You need to see it committed. You need to see them.
I've seen one. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. You need to see it have some kind of effect. And here we go. It is going to be committed on this fight. In fact, we're going to see both support ults committed as well. It's going to yield one pick on the Senna. It is res, but in the meantime, that allows Voidy to go down. College Sloan out of the fight for Blinn, but that might not matter because they've come away with one tick and several kills. That's going to be all 3 ticks in favor of Blinn. And when the times get adjusted, a little under 2 minutes in favor of Westchester.
Yeah, almost doubled up action from Westchester. We're going a little OT here on Hanamura.
And you know what? Blinn College, you know, both of them finished with a good amount of time. 2 minutes isn't any, nothing to be sneezed at. You know, I think that when you see a couple of teams come out of, you know, the first 2 rounds with over 2 minutes, the disparity between the time difference, I think, falls, right, as both teams get more time. If this were, you know, a minute less even for both teams, then I would put the advantage heavily in Westchester's favor. But I'm not going to, you know, with these kind of time things.
Oh, I was focusing way too much on Javi. Sorry about that. Yeah, no, I can completely agree. Looking at compositions here, there has not been a situation where a team has won without a main support thus far. Rig, even in her current state, simply not gonna be able to provide the same amount of group healing. Really is the slowest healing output of any healer. Or the great game of Overwatch 1 might be different for Overwatch 2, but now might be different for Overwatch 2. But, yeah, I mean, this is a solid initial look. I'm not sure if this is something that Westchester will hold on to for a long period of time.
I'm not sure either. I'll be honest, though. I'm a real big fan of the ball rig set backline. But it's going to be deleted immediately, regardless of whether or not I'm a fan of it. And that's going to be Blinn College making fast work of Westchester. And you know what? Like I said, this 2-minute time disparity, it's not looking like such a big deal right now.
Spin to win almost achieved right there, but Senna just gets the focus immediately after drawing the ire. Turtles got a little bit low right there. Not going to be enough. I think this is going to be tied for fastest. Like pretty close to the fastest take that we just saw previously from Blinn on theirs. Still, once again, offense is really, really popping off, and now plenty of time to work with. Just under 100 seconds for Blinn College's offense.
Yeah, and that's nothing to, you know, be sneezed at, you know, for sure. We're going to have Senna on the wrecking ball still. They're getting closest to their minefield out of anybody, and that could be big. Ninja might want to save their shield for that to try and clear out some room if they don't use it on the engagement. They're going to start chasing Alfan out of the fight, but right now Blinn College is taking quite a long time to set up for their dive, to stage for their engagement, and that's leaving Westchester plenty of time to regroup as well. Turtles goes down very low. In fact, they're taken out by bottom 500. We're going to see College Sloan commit the Coalescence. It does come out a pair in favor of Blinn, so despite not having Turtles with them, they're making short work of Westchester. One tick on the board. That is a big win condition now for them. They have set a victory bar in the sand. We're going to see Senna once again try to spin to win all this thing out, but the second tick has now been committed. Westchester is starting to come out on top, though. The respawn's in their advantage. They do hold, and now Blinn has just one more shot at trying to complete Hanamura.
Spin to win, ball for stall, whatever you want to call it. It works out here for Hanamura. That is going to be Senna doing that tank roll to a T. 15 seconds. Even with the Lucio, I'm not sure if Blinn's going to have a second look at this.
If they do, it's going to be barely. Crazy Hobo has the self-destruct. They could potentially use that to try and touch. Janinja is out in the front. 1 second left to go. Overtime just barely. Trigger Crazy Obo's going to launch that self-destruct. Now we've got the sound barrier committed too, but it's going to be Staten coming out with a pick on 2 Guts. Blinn College throwing everything at this, and nothing is sticking. Westchester coming out with a huge defense here. 85.1%. Gonna be the mark, though, that Blinn sets in the stand.
The play of the game here, but possibly the play of this match, given that we're looking at Hanamura as of right now in map 3. That was bottom 500 with the save earlier. Aurelius, the Zen, holding on, not only holding on to the Transcendence, not popping it a little too early, not kind of playing that card too early on in the team fight here, but also waiting for the self-destruct to come out. You might be invincible. You might be healing 300 healing per second for every second that you have that Transcendence up, but your teammates, different situation. Body block capabilities possible for some of our smaller heroes, not for the tanks by any means. Simply wait, simply play as the card, let everybody get away from self-destruct, and then basically once you press that ultimate, just spin around point, right? Got about 6 seconds of almost guaranteed invincibility for your teammates, giving the healing output within there. Burst at that point is just so hard for a team, communicating or not. It's so hard to be able to coordinate that amount of burst healing on in any real capacity, especially when you have like slow burns like this Blinn College Winston and the Diva. Just hard stuff, and really I love that Aurelius was just kind of able to like read out this and realize the win condition, and then just simply stay alive for 8 seconds, right?
Right. Yeah. That was all they needed. That 8 seconds to really make a huge difference. Westchester going to run out this time with the Wrecking Ball. They do have the, oh, nope, the Sim has been swapped over in favor of that Echo. Once again, we're going to see a very aggressive hold coming out from Blinn College. This is highly unusual. Octane's going to be hacked, so that's going to make them fall back quite a bit. But it's going to be Turtles who has to teleport out as well. They just took a little too much damage, a little too much aggression. Now Blinn College going to be forced to back up, and that's going to cause problems. College Loan out of the fight, and now Blinn has left an opportunity wide open for Westchester to start to take this point right out from underneath them. But with Sina going down to Omen Kai, that could change things quite a bit, and Blinn College pounces in a huge way to hold on to this defense on first point, and this is quite the turn of events.
Bottom 500 Roadhog coming out. Love to see it. Love to see it. Senna following earlier really was the beginning of the end for this Westchester offense. Something I absolutely love was the look initially from Blinn College, but this was kind of a dead game to begin with, right? College Loan on this Moira can only go so far. This fade can really only take you so far, and Senna realized that and just simply chased it on down.
And now we're going to see Blinn College coming out on top in the ult department as well. This fight likely going to go their way too. Already Janinja good for a pick. That's going to be an EMP on the 3 members of Westchester. Crucially, it catches Aurelius as well. They're going to go down with the Transcendence still in their pocket, but good move to hold on to it.
Yes, sir. Getting close to it. Blinn stops the bleeding for right now. 2 minutes left in Westchester's offense. They had a lot of advantage earlier. And that is a thing of the past so far. Equal amount of ultimates online and 2% once Avoided gets theirs. Knock 10 not too far away from it. Blinn College will have answers all day long though.
That they will. It's going to be the Transcendence and the Coalescence that come out first from each side. Minefield now committed as well. Up in the choke, that's going to take out College Low. That is a huge boon for Westchester. This defense that Blinn College had going isn't looking so strong anymore. Omakai forced to use that sound barrier to try and eke out as many seconds on this point as they possibly can, because this fight has been decided. It will go the way of Westchester. It's just a matter of how quick.
Yep, getting this one all the way in. I knew there was a couple players left on there, so I didn't want to call it done. But again, College Loan, wise decision. I never want to count out even a Sombra and Moira combo. Is what it is. College Loan using that Coalescence earlier doesn't put Blinn College in a position where they're very close to anything. You know, Genja 55% on the Primal Rage, but just kind of edging this out and creating pressure. That's exactly what Westchester's going to do with Senna so far.
They're going to be, this rally from Noctin is going to have to be absolutely massive, I think. Bottom 500 is going to have to self-destruct, but it's not usually something you plan on getting too terribly much value. An early pick though on the Ninja gonna open things up, but Voidy goes down as well. That's just gonna favor the defense playing college. They are gonna have the spawn advantage. Guts though takes a trip back to spawn as well. Bottom 500 is out of mech. That's gonna cause problems. Crazy Hobo still in theirs. Turtles has the EMP ready to go for Blinn. Can they hold on to it? They're gonna pop it. That's gonna be Senna out of the fight. Crazy Hobo follows shortly thereafter with a pick onto Alphan, and with that, Blinn holds.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. We're staring down the barrel of a situation where Westchester's got to get, what is that, 85%? That's rough. That's rough.
Yeah.
30 seconds to do it. We're basically looking at last fight territory coming in just a few seconds. A good posturing up. Westchester wants to make sure they have this. And at this point, why not dust a few seconds off again? 30 seconds just isn't enough to take two team fights.
No, it really isn't. This Transcendence, this Self-Destruct, these minefields, they're going to have to be absolutely massive. College Sloan going to pop the Coalescence early on. Here comes the Self-Destruct from bottom 500 to try and create a little bit of space. But it's going to be the space created in the kill feed by Blinn College that's coming out on top. 1 point given over to Westchester, but I don't think it's going to matter in the end as Blinn has the lion's shares of the kills. The pulse bomb lands, and with that, Blinn will go up 2-1 in this matchup.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Back and forth we go. Blinn College took map number 1. That was the Helios. Kings Row going the way of Westchester. In Blinn College, striking back. We knew this was going to be play.
Here it is.
We knew it was going to be play.
Oh, this warms my heart. Let's see it. Oh.
Wow, the timing, bro. The timing.
Yeah.
Wait, how did he not... Wasn't there a Reinhardt in there? How did he not get the... Oh, the Reinhardt came like 2 seconds. Or, not 2 seconds. Like a quarter of a second later, right?
Yeah. Plus, with that, what is it, the Steadfast, he might not have gone off the edge anyway. Although they were really, really close. I do have to say that. They were right there. He was probably taking a dip, too.
Yeah. Coming in 100 miles an hour or something like that, that ball gets it done. With that, Blinn College also getting it done. An eking out, just a bare edge here. A little cleaned up edges, just a little bit more so, Juggle God, and that's going to be enough for Blinn College to strike in game number 3, which of course puts your Westchester Community College squad on match point here in this best of 5.
That it does. This is going to be a very exciting map number 4 here because... you know what? It's going to lead to either a victory for Blinn or a map number 5 for all of us. So I'm ready for it. I'm here for it. I'm excited to see what they're going to bring. We're going to be going to Escort next, and Dorado will be the map pick that Westchester is going to opt for. And you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and say it, FBI Tugboat. I think this plays right into Blinn College's hand.
Yes. Yeah. That's what I was gonna say here. This is one of the a really, really crucial decision at this point, right? Obviously, losers that for this coming out of map number 3, that's Westchester Community College picks this one. I think there are more even-handed picks when you're talking about your escort maps, but this is just some pure payload action. Blizzard World, perfect example, right? That's a hybrid. Excuse me. What's the better?
You know, I was thinking of like Havana or Rialto.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Rialto
I was thinking
really
either of them would be a very solid pick here, I think, for Westchester.
Yeah. We'll see how this one goes. Offenses on both sides. Really, the defining factors here is going to be who holds better on defense, because these offenses are just firing on all cylinders and just balls to the wall, pedal the metal, whatever you want to call it here. These offenses have been getting it done and really just fighting down to the very, very last bit of HP to try and take these points, and that's exactly what we need to see thus far. Defenses. Also, I think that so the only time there's been like some wonk, right? Like was the sim teleporter on Hanamura, and that did pay off in spades, right?
Right. Yeah. That certainly did. Yeah.
Like the unique plays. That's something else I would really like to see on offense. Not just, slamming, just getting us going up as fast as you can, slamming your head against a wall and seeing which one gives. But maybe some wonks, some tricky plays right here, right? On the other side, we saw the two soft supports get melted out from the opposing offense after Blinn College came in on that one. And really just following up offense into offense like that is just, it's making for a great spectating experience here, Juggle Godden.
Oh, yeah, it absolutely is. I am thoroughly enjoying myself, as I imagine most of us are here tonight. Maybe not Westchester at the moment as much as the rest of us, but they're looking to turn that around, certainly here on Dorado. Now, I'm anticipating a Wrecking Ball coming out again here. I think we've seen both teams use Wrecking Ball to their advantage. Winston as well could come out. We could see a 6-man dive. I think it's going to be between 6-man dive and a Wrecking Ball Sig composition. Is what we're going to see coming out here from both of these squads.
I guess we've gotten flashes of snipers, right? We've gotten some Ash several times. You know, kind of like no full on Widowmaker yet, I believe.
No, I don't think we have seen Widowmaker come out. I was actually a little surprised that we didn't see Widowmaker on our very first submap on Ruins. You know, I think if Widow's going to come out, that's probably one of the most likely places you're going to see her. We do have Guts, though, on the Ash.
Yep, I do like this as well. Echoes both sides, Briggs both sides, not against it whatsoever. Westchester, now this is more of a situation where you can play these, right? Aurelius going to be able to get this healing, or that'll mostly be on the Jabby, Voidy up top when they get there. But with the point as well, and that slow tick healing, this is a much better situation to play two soft supports into.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think the burst potential here is going to be tremendous for Westchester, right? If the team can follow the discords of Aurelius, this could be over very, very quickly, despite College Lone being on that Ana. Bottom 500 going for a hook, not going to land this time around. They eat the business end of an anti-nade. That's going to cause a lot of problems. They do use that take a breather, and while it isn't going to heal them, it will mitigate some of the damage coming in. A little fact that a lot of people don't realize there. Westchester coming away, though, with a massive fight win here right off the bat. That's going to give them quite a bit of cart progress. Blinn will have one more opportunity, though.
Yeah, you mentioned it. The focus fire from Westchester comes through and pays off completely for just shy of first point of progress. No real opposition they faced there between Senna's mobility, bottom 500's hooks and scrap gun.
Wow.
Discord orb, and just like that, the main support falls for Blinn College. The wheels are falling off, Jungle God.
That there, Omenkai is going to be good for a counter pick, but I'm not sure it's going to have quite the same impact as a pick onto the main support. Well, Janinja going down very quickly. Crazy Hobo out of mech, not long for this world either. Minefield committed. That's going to seal the deal for Westchester. They will hit this first point in very quick time.
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have been so quick to decry the Aurelius Zenyatta. We saw what they can do earlier. They took out main support on the other side. That was College Lone on the Moira with some long-range Zen shots. Just like that, absolutely chasing them down and giving them the business. Westchester just outside map, point 2, excuse me.
Wow, yeah, this is just incredible play coming out from Westchester right now. They're, you know, Blinn College wanted to try and take, I think, a more forward position on this defense, right? But we saw even before that second point was captured, pushing forward into the streets phase of Dorado. So they took a very, very aggressive position on attack, and they were rewarded for it.
Watching bottom 500's health go down from a full 600 to 0 in less than a second, which tells me the focus ability here from Blinn College, obviously a lot there. Now taking this from up top. Trying to drop down onto this one. There's the first. Turtles drops down and falls immediately. Trying to get something done from the top is Jobby opting to stay up there. Trying to get something going, but nothing doing really so far. Not a whole lot of ultimates getting dropped in this one yet either until the Coalescence comes out.
Yeah, that Coalescence going to do a considerable amount for Blinn College, but it doesn't look as though it's going to be enough as Westchester's coming away with the lion's share of the kills once again. And look at this as well, about Blinn College expended the ults. Westchester held theirs for the most part.
Yes, they did. Voidy, the only one that duplicate not being utilized, or being utilized, excuse me, in this previous for Westchester. We kind of decried the Dorado pick. I'm feeling full now. I'm used to it now. I'm used to it. But feeling a little bit foolish because this is quite a run. This is Escort, right? This is the kind of things we saw in Kings Row earlier, and this is just a Blinn College looking lost.
Yeah, it absolutely is.
Look, they're fighting 3 different fights right now, by the way.
All cinders.
Playing 3 different fights. They're playing 3 different fights. Like right when I finished speaking earlier, literally they were fighting over on the stairs, they were fighting inside point closer to spawn, they were fighting on cart. Literally 3 duo pairs, and Blinn College, Yep.
And that's exactly what Westchester wants.
Yes.
Too, right?
Yes.
You know, because this kind of composition that they're running, especially with the Roadhog, that's playing for picks. That's looking a lot more deathmatchy, right?
Yep.
And when you can separate Blinn College, especially on the composition they were running, you just pick them apart piece by piece, right? Now we're going to see Blinn go over to the Brawl composition as we move into the third point here, which is an excellent adjustment.
Nice drop-down point over here. Blinn College finally fighting this one at a full 6, it seems. Rotations on. Avoidy gives up the space, because why not? Smart plays thus far. Smart plays thus far. College undeleted. Main support gone again. We know. We've seen this movie before. How about the sequel, Joe God? I don't want to pay for a ticket again, though.
No, you're not going to have to, as the action is just continuing in spades. Westchester coming out with another beautiful fight win, and this card has barely stopped today on Dorado for Westchester. Talk about.
Yeah, they should have staggered out Crazy Hobo as well. That would have been absolutely oppressive, especially given that Ginja almost gets taken out there towards the end. Maybe a little, maybe coming off of the coordination could have led to more coordination against this. Against that ball, but hey, who knows? They're crafting at this point. 3.5 meters away. 3.5 meters away, people.
But it looks like that's where Blinn College is going to potentially find their footing. Bottom 500 now, using that whole log to try and push people off a point. Crazy Hobo is going to be demeched by Avoidy, and they're going to be able to get this duplication online. Sticky bombs land as well onto Ducks. That's going to be a very quick duplicate out of that. Just as quickly, Avoidy coming away with the kill still, just under 5 meters to go. Blinn College with an excellent opportunity to try and hold, but not going to be able to do it. 2:24 going to be the final time bank for Westchester on Dorado.
Yeah, we're going to have to see an offense for the ages here from Blinn College if they want to take Dorado all the way to the end. Westchester has found their footing right here. I always say it, Juggle God. Most important parts of these matchups are not the action that we see on the field, but the communications between these players in between games. Whatever happened between Game 3 and now here our Game 4 is exactly what Westchester needed. Whatever communications, whatever it was that they had to figure out, they got that one done. I can't help but hark back to our point 2 fight right there, and my point about it. Literally fighting 3 different duos all the way across. Westchester is maintaining their positioning perfectly so that the middle 2/3 of their team can literally get damage on either side while using natural cover to basically deflect anything else that Blinn College's third duo, right, can get in there. That is just absolute master play and just slicing up defenses and having whatever spacing issues there are. That is literally exactly what a defense wants, right? Like, you can't give them anything better.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That was just a perfect storm, really, right?
Yes.
In that situation. We're gonna see if Blinn College can turn things around now on their attack. They have got quite the bar that has been set in front of them by Westchester Community College. But I like the double bubble. I like this composition. And you know what? They've got Turtles on the far right again, and we've seen how effective they can be. But Avoidy taking a very aggressive push onto them. They're going to be pushed out, though, just as they about get Turtles out of the sky. Healing will be there in their favor. And my gosh, Blinn College looking to potentially do just what they had done to them.
Okay. Some solid stuff so far. Bottom 500 does get out for a little bit, but getting through this choke point is going to be absolutely huge, and it happens. Just like that, the first big leg for either offense is passed by very, very quickly.
Yeah, that was just a blitz of a pace coming out, and Blinn College, they're looking potentially primed to win this point in even faster time than Westchester did, right? Westchester, they won it in 2 fights. Blinn College coming away with it in about a fight and a half. But I say that Westchester coming up with a staggering defense here. The res does come out onto Ninja, but it's not going to be for much worth because Westchester just came back with a force. Beautiful play coming in for them.
Yes, they did. Some tying factors in the eyes of this Westchester Community College squad as of right now. A nice stop there at the end. This is not something that Blinn College can say when it was their time to play defense on this point. This is just more of a slow burn as opposed to that full stop. Looking on it, Senna trying to take a little positioning, get something going damage and informations-wise.
Gonna have the ult bank in favor of Westchester once again, but Ninja does have the Primal Rage ready to go. That could be beautiful opening opening salvo for Blinn College. We're going to see Ninja drop in. They're going to pop that Primal Rage. Voidy out of the fight. Blinn College with an opportunity to turn things around here. We're going to see both the Transcendence and the Whole Hog committed by Westchester. They don't want to let go of this for anything. But Turtles with a big barrage coming in and a sleeping bottom 500 on point. They're going to eat the business end of a nade. They're not long for this world. And with that, Blinn will retake control of the card.
Well, yeah, it might be a slower Dorado offense than we may have anticipated here. Westchester found exactly what they needed. Not really letting a whole lot up afterwards. Here comes the copy.
Wow. That's big. That extra 1,000 HP from Westchester due to that ultimate being popped. That's going to allow reinforcements to get there. Not going to be long for the fight, though, and that's crucial because they had that rally ready to go. Blinn College will come away with a fight win, but that was precious seconds burned off the clock that that could come back to haunt them.
Yeah, a lot of time right there. Voidy playing the role perfectly. I don't know, man. I'm not gonna get on my soapbox for long. I just think it's a little bit much to have a character that's able to copy tank. They can take a whole bunch of damage, get ultimate immediately, and then pop up to Primal Rage, instant 1,000, and then come back to not that bad of a health state. Oh well, that's it for me. Oh, nice shot.
Fair point.
Nice
but
shot.
You know what?
There you go, Turtles. Thank you, Turtles. I appreciate you. I feel vindicated.
Oh yeah, that was fantastic. A beautiful pair of shots coming out there to flip Voidy's wings. It's gonna be Senna out of the fight as well due to Crazy Hobo. They have used that Graviton Surge to Ninja now with the Primal Rage as well. Aurelius not going to be long for that world under the barrage of rockets coming in from Turtles. They're going to go down low, but their pocket's going to be there to keep them supported in the sky. 2 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Cart is at the precipice of third point as well. Senna trying to do as much as they can to keep this car from moving, but there's only so much a murderous hamster and a mech can do.
Murderous hamster and a mech. I like that. 2.5 minutes left for Blinn College's offense. Perfect timing again for the Transcendence for Aurelius, but what else is there to be expected? Genji getting super low, and that's Westchester pulling this out in the nick of time.
Yeah, beautiful play coming out from them right there. Westchester, they've got their stalls timed just about to perfection. You know, I love to see these recontests coming in from them and keeping the tempo, keeping the timing in their favor.
Slowly scooting back here. Not out of the offense quite yet as Blinn College. They got both support ultimates and a nasty barrage up top waiting for a Westchester Community College squad. A self-destruct on the other side. They can easily be turned into a remet quickly. Minute or about 100 seconds left on this one. I think that this is Blinn just really trying to see which way they would fit in best.
Oof. Yeah, Omen Kai out of the fight early on. That is a massive pick for Westchester. If I'm Blinn College, I'm thinking about tucking tail and running right now. That's going to be removed as well. Bottom 500. Gonna have to use their self-destruct in order to remech. So that's you know, one tool out of the toolbox in favor of Blinn College. But you know, actually, they lost that fight, but they're looking phenomenal coming into the next one.
As soon as you lose Omen Kai, it's time to just get out. You're looking at an incredibly mobile Westchester Community College squad. Honestly, the only character that doesn't have some sort of movement ability is this Zenyatta, unless, of course, you talk about that ultimate. You have an Anna on the other side trying to support players that are much farther away. Crazy Hobo can only do so much on that defensive role. Omen Kai falls, you have no pharmacy combination, you get out. As it is, we're looking at 30 seconds plus burned off right now because Blinn just simply didn't get to task quickly. And leaving the Anna out.
Senna, I love that engagement right there. That was just beautiful, top-notch wrecking ball play. We're going to see Omen Kai commit the Valkyrie. That's going to be a Murder Moth on the prowl now, looking for an opportunity to not only heal but kill. Big Graviton Surge coming out from Crazy Hobo, but it's going to be negated. Westchester able to mitigate all of that damage, all of that CC. Seconds left on the clock, and Blinn College looking like they don't have an answer to what Westchester proposed them with here on Dorado, and boy, I tell you, they made us eat our words, FBI Tugboat.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. I can admit when I'm wrong. I can admit when I'm wrong. We came in
Yeah.
Westchester Community College picking up the Dorado pick. We anticipated Blinn's overall performance on these compositions to really have popped off right here. They had their time to shine for a while, but it is all for naught in the end. Looking at a tie situation and a fifth game coming in just a couple seconds. That'll be a control, of course, and we'll get the answer as to far as where we are going to be heading in just a couple seconds.
That we will. This has been quite the exciting matchup. I mean, you know, you figure when you put the number 1 and 2 teams in the division up against each other that it's going to be a slugfest, and you hope for it. And fortunately, today we have been rewarded with just that. I am very excited to see how this series is going to wrap up. But we're going to throw it to a short break before just that while we let these teams get a little water, stay hydrated. So we'll see you back here in just a couple short minutes.
Lose on this. You don't have to die to reset. You can always walk back and get it done. There it goes, and let's see how it works.
I
Swinging
like
away.
this approach. Yeah, they don't go straight to point. They go straight to bottom 500 and take them out of the fight very, very quickly. That's going to open this point wide open because Westchester doesn't have a composition that's really suited to holding.
What, minute and 12, I think, extra
Yeah.
that Blinn College is looking on the other side. TP to start this one off. That's a big boop right there.
Ninja, though, out of the fight, and Crazy Hobo goes down out of their mech. This is Westchester continuing to hold. Beautiful play coming out on the defense.
Oh, that's
and
no...
Here allows Voidy to go down. College Sloan out of the fight for Blinn, but that might not matter because they've come away with 1 tick and several kills. That's going to be all 3 ticks in favor of Blinn. And when the times get adjusted, a little under 2 minutes, it's work of Westchester. And you know what? Like I said, this 2-minute time disparity, it's not looking like such a big deal right now.
Spin to win almost achieved right there, but Senna just gets the focus immediately after drawing the ire. Turtles got a little bit low right there.
The win, all this thing out, but the second tick has now been committed. Westchester is starting to come out on top, though. The respawns in their advantage. They do hold. And now Blinn has just 1 more shot at trying to complete Hanamura.
Spin to win.
2 guts. Blinn College throwing everything at this, and nothing is sticking. Westchester coming out with a huge defense here. 85.1%. Gonna be the mark, though, that Blinn sets in the stand. Field now committed as well. Up in the choke. That's gonna take out College Low. That is a huge boon for Westchester. This defense that Blinn College had going isn't looking so strong anymore. Omikai forced to use that sound barrier to try and eke out as many seconds on this point as they possibly can, because this fight has been decided. It will go the way of Westchester. It's just a matter of how quick. The kill feed by Blinn College that's coming out on top. 1 point given over to Westchester, but I don't think it's going to matter in the end as Blinn has the lion's shares of the kills. The pulse bomb lands, and with that, Blinn will go up 2-1 in this matchup.
Yes, sir. Chester in Blinn College, striking back. We knew this was going to be play.
Here it is.
We knew it was going to be play.
Oh, this warms my heart. Let's see it.
Got absolutely chasing them down and giving them the business. Westchester just outside of map point 2, excuse me.
Wow, yeah, this is just incredible play coming out from Westchester.
Look, they're fighting 3 different fights right now, by the way.
All cinders.
Playing 3 different fights. They're playing 3 different fights. Like right when I finished speaking earlier, literally they were fighting over on the stairs. They're fighting inside.
Duplicate out of that just as quickly. Voidy coming away with the kill still. Just under 5 meters to go. Blinn College with an excellent opportunity to try and hold, but not going to be able to do it. 220 in. They're going to pop that Primal Rage. Voidy out of the fight. Blinn College with an opportunity to turn things around here. We're going to see both the Transcendence and the whole hog committed by Westchester. They don't want to let go of this for anything. But Turtles with a big barrage. All of that damage, all of that CC. Seconds left on the clock. And Blinn College looking like they don't have an answer to what Westchester proposed them with here on Dorado. And boy, I tell you, they made us eat our... Well, we got to see one of the most classic maps in Kings Row for our second locale of the evening. We're going to end things off on arguably one of the most classic maps as well. That's right, we are going to Lijiang Tower, FBI Tugboat.
There you go. And you knew it was going to happen, right? You knew... other side. We knew we were going to go to a Game 5 because you got the little Lijiang Tower action.
Exactly.
Right there, yeah. I mean, we don't have a script. We don't know what's going to happen. Cut the broadcast. Quit K-Tag.
It was just a 9,000 IQ prediction, I swear.
Exactly. We'll get lines drawn up here in Vegas later. Looking at a 2-2 tie-up here between Westchester Community College and Blinn College. This has been an absolute slobber knocker, a slugfest, and everything in between here. Juggle God. Predictions coming on into this. I think that Westchester showed what they needed to when it comes to momentum and how this team is really snapping to on that previous map, on that Dorado map. I think that Westchester is going to take this. It's not going to be easy, and it's going to be 2-1 within the control, but I do think they're going to take it ultimately.
You know what? I'm gonna go with you on this one. I think that they do have the momentum in their favor after Dorado. I think that they showed as well that maybe they have a better handle on this kind of dive and wrecking ball composition. So as we move to the Lijiang Tower, where you can definitely see that kind of composition excel, especially on Night Market and Gardens, I think that this does go Westchester's way. And given the fact that we will potentially see Control Center too, right? And we saw that the Brawl v Brawl, which turned into a Brawl v Dive, went the way of Westchester on Kings Row. So, yeah, I think, if you're looking at a map pick from Blinn College, Lijiang Tower is a good idea. But you know what? Maybe not as good of an idea as I thought it was if you'd mentioned this to me earlier in this year.
Yeah, and also at the end of the day, what we're looking at here, dear viewer, is a Dorado map that went way more heavily the way of Westchester. Now, obviously, a lot more geographical space to be covered, but if we look at the previous win from Blinn, right, this was on Hanamura, they took it 4-3, and that was only because of that last 85% or so on point 2. Westchester got there. Westchester even got progress on. Now, they didn't get first tick progress, but they still got there, so that is just so much closer than a Blinn College that was kept out of point 2 plus a little bit. I think the closest they got there, Juggle God, was 3.58 meters away from that second point and a little bit extra time. But when they go to overtime, it has been Westchester thus far. So that's really where my mind kind of goes to right here. If this goes to extra time, I think that slight edge and momentum from previous maps go on the way of Westchester.
We are going to be starting things out on Control Center, and Blinn College gonna go for the Brawl composition, but Westchester doubling down on this disruption composition, this pick-based composition. Already we're going to see that yield results as College Loan is out of the equation, and boy, I wish I could say that for myself. I've milked everything I can out of that joke tonight.
Hey, fair enough. Spin win engaged. Westchester opting to see the better side of this one And that's going to be a little bit of progress. Avoidy playing this perfectly as Blinn College on the back foot. The change comes for Crazy Hobo. And the full res, Westchester's a full 6 on top of this point.
That they are a full 6 with looking to be 4 ultimates coming online as well. Blinn College, especially since Guts and Crazy Hobo decided to swap, they're lagging far behind. So, you know, it's typical that we see fights go this way, right? You're going to see after the first fight win, the second fight going to the team that won the first, because they've got the old advantage. But then that third fight comes back in favor of that, you know, the team, the squad that lost that second one. We're going to have Blinn College dropping in from the high ground, avoiding a lot of that poke that could have come their way from Westchester on the approach. Ninja going to be good for 1, but once again, College Lone is down, and without those big heals, that's going to leave Westchester free to just bring in a lot of damage, especially from above via Avoidy, and with that, Westchester takes the second fight.
That's going to be a pretty clean sweep right here. Nocton, of course, with the res, might have gotten it done there towards the middle, but just like that, Westchester knocking on the door of 64% right now. Turtle is the switch. The first time we're going to see a Soldier 76 in this one, so little hit scan action, little rockets action, little healing pad action. Maybe the edge that Blinn College needs. We will find out right now.
That we will. We're going to have the amplification committed over top of the minefield from Senna. That's going to give Blinn College an opportunity to kind of hold their ground, start to push on to point. In fact, they're getting tremendous progress. They are going to flip it in their favor, but Westchester's looking to win the war, not the fight. And right now, neither are going their way, as a matter of fact. Blinn College able to get a couple of big picks. The res will come in, and in the meantime, Avoidy does find another pick. So Westchester able to pick up what they were left with and turn something around out of it. Ninja forced to back off. The pulse bomb helping to finish them off as well.
Yeah, last 10% points coming in. Just a second. That's 90 up for Westchester. Blinn, they have the Lucio. Now switching on the ball. This makes sense to try and get there a little bit faster, Juggle God. Now, the angle with which they decide, nope, they're going right down the middle, and they're going to pay to Senna on the way. Gotta pay the toll to get through this area right here. That's a nasty barrage from up top that's taking down the entire DPS core of Blinn College. A sound barrier at the end, a self-destruct up top. Not sure if that's going to be enough. It does get caught on upper lip up top on point, and this is Westchester in game, or sub-map number 1.
Yeah, and this is, you know, I think this was the map that I was expecting Westchester to come out on top of with the brawl composition, and they did it on ball. And that just speaks volumes to me moving forward into these next 2 sub-maps. You know, I think we both thought that this could have gone to 3, that this has the potential to go to 3 sub-maps, but from what I've seen so far, I think this could end right here for Westchester if Blinn College doesn't seriously adjust the way that they're playing.
Yeah, I'm trying to write down the number. That was 116, 102-16 is what I'm saying? 100
yeah,
against 16.
Yeah.
Sorry, didn't mean to throw
I think
the
you're
2 in there.
absolutely right. Yeah.
Gotcha. Just trying to mark it down here. Yeah, so gotta say, we said momentum was the way of Westchester's. No reason to go off of this pharmacy combination up top. Now Jabby here, probably just going to use the teleporter off the rip, and then go back for the rest. Maybe even be playing this first life. I'm not against it. Jabby going over the tracer on the end. Bottom 500, Roadhog really has been working, hasn't it? Not something I think we would have anticipated on paper, but it has been working thus far.
Yeah, it really has. And you know what's it's interesting. Westchester has been willing, I think, to, you know, take these standard compositions, but break the mold with them a little bit. And Blinn College has had a hard time trying to figure out exactly how to answer. They are going to get the pick on the bottom 500, and that is a huge boon for them, right? That is a lot of point presence that's now just evaporated. Blinn College will come away with the first point possession and fight win as well.
Yeah, so that's exactly what Blinn needed to stop the bleeding right here. They've been hemorrhaging points past couple rounds here, and now hitting double digits up to 12% in past, as we're looking at a Westchester Community College squad that's really just trying to find a way in edgewise. That was almost a bad boot capability for bottom 500. If this was Omen Kai that was with Ninja right now, that'd have been the easiest pick of 2022.
That certainly would have been, but it's actually going to be College Lone who falls first for Blinn College. They're going to be back in the equation now, but Westchester has been given such an opportunity to come forward in this fight because of College Lone being out so early, that they're not going to be able to flip it back in their favor. Westchester will take this fight and the point in their hands for the first time.
Yeah, that's going to be a Voidy right there. Whenever they hit ultimate, it's just Control A, Control X. Don't paste it anywhere. I don't know. 45, 50% now for Blinn College right now. And Westchester actually has not taken this yet. This is some really, really good stall we're watching right now.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Blinn College just doing a phenomenal job of staggering each of their stall heroes to come onto point in such a beautiful way that they've taken 20 to maybe even 30% that they shouldn't have gotten. 30%.
Yeah, now
30%, I'd say. And
yeah,
they forced
easily.
ultimates out of Westchester.
Easily. That's insane. Yeah, Senna dropping this out. Now, yes, Avoidy is back up to this, but they'd be in that situation anyway, right?
Right.
Like, if you're counting up points, you're counting up chess pieces on the board, Westchester just took several pawns with giving up nothing.
Yeah, that was just tremendous play coming out from Blinn College. You know, they took a lost fight and turned that into a big win. We're going to have Voidy going to be able to get one with the barrage. The hook connects for a second. EMP still going to be committed by Turtle. Catches 5, but it's not going to be worth anything as the picks come in for Westchester.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Turtles had that coming into this initial fight, right? This was a Blinn College squad that was all lighting up on the left side. Omenkai not dropping that sound barrier earlier. Yeah, so you had to anticipate the barrage, the pharmacy action up top. That's literally why they're running Noctin on the Mercy. I feel like that you got to get into position for these. You got to realize that it's coming, and then it does. It takes out one of your tanks, and then you let it finish. Interesting stuff.
Yeah, just a little bit unfortunate timing there coming out from Turtles and Blinn College. They had an opportunity to really turn that around, retake that point, but just not going to be in the cards. And now with Turtles out of the fight early on, once again, Westchester looking primed and now eclipse Blinn College in the capture percentage. Omenkai will commit the sound barrier as well as College Lone with that coalescence, so that's a lot of healing and damage going into Westchester, but sound barrier was committed in response. The res comes into bottom 500, but in the meantime, Guts gets the pick onto Noctin. That's a huge boon for Blinn. 90-some% or 80-some% on the board now for Westchester, but it's going to be flipped potentially in favor of Blinn. That is until bottom 500 comes out in a huge way. This could be Westchester taking the series right here and now. 95% on the board. Someone from Blinn has to touch. It's going to be Janinja, but they're not going to last too terribly long. The minefield as well, going to be able to secure things. And Westchester will be heading into the playoffs with the #1 seed in the NJCAAE in their division.
I'd hate to do it to you as 2 A's. NJCAAE. It's a
Thank
mouthful,
you.
dude. It's a mouthful.
NJCAAE. I'm glad
Yes,
you were
sir.
there for me. Glad you were there.
I got you.
For me and the broadcast. So appreciate that, my guy.
Not a problem. Not a problem.
What
100
an
to
ending,
16.
though. What an
100
ending.
to 16. Yeah, this is all bottom 500 yet again, right? We saw what they can do on the ball. They literally saved the Hanamura game earlier. Now, obviously, Westchester did not take that overall, but I think it's fair to say Blinn would have done a lot more, a lot sooner had bottom 500 not taken that triple kill environmental-wise off the teleporter on the left side, thereby stopping the steamroll, the snowball, whatever you want to call it, over on this other side. And then bottom 500 comes through and ends 3 players in a row and 2 of them with melees. Like, crazy stuff. Crazy stuff.
Absolutely phenomenal play coming out from really everybody here today. You know, I think... you know, if we're going to look at that last map as the difference maker, right, where, you know, what were some of the key plays? To me, I think you actually have to look at some of the mistakes that were made and that were taken advantage of, right? Turtles popping that EMP a little bit too late on, you know, one of those last fights in Gardens that, you know, could have really been a difference maker, but it wasn't in the cards for them right there. And Westchester just did a beautiful job taking advantage of the opportunity that was left them. So kudos to Westchester tonight for having the clutch factor, right? That came up big for them, giving them the win here today over Blinn College. But boy, I think this could be a preview of potentially a grand finals.
I can definitely agree with that. If we're looking at like minor mistakes. I have to say, I mean, yes, the holding on to EMP until the barrage from Voidy comes is definitely a mistake, but also just overall, I think not utilizing a little bit more hit scan action or some kind of shielding something right here, because especially on this last map, we just saw what a Voidy could do on the previous here. On an absolute run with the Pharah and the Pharmacy combination up top, and that continues onto the second map of Lijiang. That's all we're going to see here. As it is, though, do you believe we're going to be going to a very short break here, Juggle God? Get a little interview action set up, right?
That is absolutely true. We're going to get one of the members of Westchester in here to ask him a little bit about that phenomenal match that we just saw and what they are thinking moving forward into the playoffs. So stick around. We'll be back very shortly with one of those players. Coming in onto Voidy as well. That's going to prevent them from going into that ice block. They're going to have to be healed up by their team. E-Mech comes in as well into Crazy Hobo once again, and this time it's going to be Westchester coming away with the point capture and the fight win.
You're talking about the difference of a couple seconds, but big hack.
That EMP is going to be huge. Catches out 4 members. But crucially for Westchester, their supports are still online, and they're going to be able to ride that to a fight win. Despite that EMP works, that is until Nocta gets back to the fight just in time to lay down the sound barrier. That's going to allow the members of Westchester to try and stagger this point out, maybe even survive long enough for reinforcements to get there. Guts, though, does have this Death Blossom. It's going to be laid down right as the Shatter lands as well, and that will be Blinn College coming to get onto point. The main take is there, but a self-destruct catches 2 for Blinn College. And with the sound barrier as well, it's not going to be enough to catch 2 in response from bottom 500. Now, things could go either way, but it's still Blinn College getting the picks that they need. Overtime takes over, and that is a close first sub-map. Omenkai goes out of it, and with that, Westchester should be able to clean up this fight and claim the point for their own.
Yeah, excuse me, infrequent that you're going to find
in onto Jobby. That's going to leave them without any opportunity to get back to safety. They're taken out of the fight. Blinn College now with an advantage, but we're going to see the nano boost committed as well for Westchester. That's going to lead to a pair of picks and a barrage with anybody, especially when you've got a nano boost coming in like that as well. E-Mac going to come in. Blinn College doing an excellent job of stalling things out here, but this is still firmly under Westchester's control. They don't have any ultimates, but they're not going to need them. The elder statesman.
I'm messing with you. I'm messing with you. I think it's obviously that we've both gone through college, and I'll take a wild guess if any of your college was paid for by esports.
No, it absolutely was not. But they need, despite not having college loan there. Overtime ticking over. Westchester doing everything they can to hold on, but it's just wrecking ball now that the Lucio's down, and they're not going to be able to touch. Blinn comes away with the first map.
I love when it's just like a lone Cassidy like this. I imagine there's like the yipping dog kind of coming back, just like getting shots around, but still like yelling, still barking, still trying to show that they're the man, right? They can get stuff done. But regardless, just like that, online right now for Westchester, little tank ultimate on the side. A lot of brawl going on right now.
Absolutely, we're going to see Shatter come in. It's going to be Jin Ninja coming out with the pick, though. Bottom 500, unable to get that Graviton Surge out and ready to go. And that's going to be a quick fight win from Blinn. To allow Blinn to push in and take control of the cart. We're going to see them push past that Amp Matrix now and get even more aggressive onto Westchester now that they've got a little bit more healing behind them. We're going to see Voidy go down fairly quickly to Crazy Hobo. Both tanks for Blinn College combining 4 kills, and with that, they take control of the cart right at the end of Street. And they will get through the Street phase and see 3rd point of King.
Yeah, easy peasy. So actually don't drop a single player throughout the thick of things right there. Right. Come out on top with halfway to Shatter. Little blizzard action.
Ultimates coming up for Blinn, though. If they can get this sound barrier online before the grab hits, it's not going to be the case. They do get it right afterwards, though. That's going to help sustain them through that. But a shot, that's barely anything left for them. And with just a meter to go, Westchester pushes it in. And that's 2:24 on the clock for them.
How interesting. But my point is that we've been decrying the defense for a little while, and that was a good first hold. Obviously, it's momentum-based in large parts, but that is the beginning towards another one. Little flashbang war on there on the side, but at the end of the day, Westchester.
Shatter come out, that lays down 5 members, one of them permanently. Gut's gonna be able to take advantage of that with the Deadeye coming around the corner right in time. Omenkai pops the Sandberry to just make absolutely sure that Blinn, in fact, takes this first point. And we're seeing the, the consequence of that. A big anti comes in from Omenkai, but because of that Ant Matrix from Aurelius, excellently timed to keep their team in it. They're able to turn the tables on Blinn College and take this fight win for them. Getting the lion's share of the kills here. In fact, nobody going down from their side. 2 seconds left to go. Can anyone touch? No, they can't. That's going to be Westchester evening up the scoreline. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the broadcast. We have one of the members of Westchester Community College in here to talk with us, and a little bit of a surprise to me, a name that I know but didn't recognize because they are currently undergoing a rebranding. So, welcome to the broadcast, Aurelius, aka Gunther. How are you doing tonight, my friend?
Hello, thank you so much for having me. I'm doing great.
Yeah, coming off the back of a fantastic win right there. Well, congratulations to you, and yeah, I certainly was not expecting to be chatting with you in the booth today. We know each other from other areas of the Overwatch community, so glad to have you with us. Congrats on the win, first off, and way to take this, Westchester Community College squad to the top of your division.
Yeah, it feels really good to lead this group of guys because even starting, like I have some experience in contenders in tier 2 and all of that, and even starting last semester, it was so fun to teach everyone and help everyone kind of like understand these concepts about the game, which maybe come naturally to someone who knows the game a lot or talks about the game. But when you really start to introduce them to people who haven't discussed them before, it like you can see the neurons fire and everyone goes, oh, that's how this works, and it feels really good to go through that process with everyone. So it's cool to kind of be here in this environment.
Yeah, that is really fantastic. Now, I want to know, I want to get your opinion, right, on just this matchup overall, right? To you, what was the difference maker for your squad today over Blinn College? Because this was a hotly contested matchup. I mean, there's very little, I think, separating these two squads, but clearly you were the ones who came out on top today. So what was it that gave you that little bit extra that allowed you to take this squad?
Yeah, I kind of had this realization in like the middle of King's Row where Gondra was bad at Ryan. And I knew that my Ryan could diff him every time. And I said, we're gonna put them in a scenario where either Monkey is bad or they can't play Monkey. So we pivoted towards, that was one of the reasons we chose King's Row. We hadn't seen them play Brawl yet on Ilios, and so it was like, let's see how that goes. We saw them play the 6-man dive, but that's that's a little more complicated as like a variant. But yes, so we realized that putting them onto a situation where they can't play Ryan they can't play Winston, or Winston was bad, was a better scenario. And then as time kind of went on, we started to understand like when they liked to dive and when they didn't like to dive, and we tried to bait that in certain scenarios to varying degrees of success. I will not say we had them solved or downloaded or anything. There was still a lot of like in the moment, on the fly decision making, and I'm really proud of the guys for keeping it together, because after Hanamura, everyone seemed a little like and then but we were just like, all right, let's focus up. The score is 0-0. Nothing has happened yet. Let's get our stuff together and let's play the game. And that felt really good. So I think just putting them into scenarios where they couldn't play the dive that they wanted to play, or even when we teched in the Roadhog to kind of neuter that dive a little bit, I think that was really the difference maker.
So then that brings me to a follow-up question. why go to Dorado? Because both Tugboat and I felt that that was playing right into Blinn College's hands, right? Now, it clearly worked in your favor, so you made us eat our word, which I love. So, yeah, what was behind the Dorado pick?
So you are correct. And as I was talking to the team and it was like, I think I want to go Dorado, I knew that it was playing into what they wanted. But we weren't super practiced on, but like given the map pool, we weren't super practiced on Havana, and I didn't want to go to Route 66. I just didn't feel it. Like something, the vibes were off. So it was like Dorado was really the only choice we had given the way that things were going. And I knew it was going to be an uphill battle. The second I was like, all right, I think we should do this map. But going into it, like, that's kind of, you know, that's why we teched in the hog. That's why we took some of the rotations that we took. And we were really, really active about trying to out-rotate where the enemy team was going. So, like, even on that last point, we thought that they were going to be rotating high ground to push our backline, so we rotated out, and then we saw that they were rotating left, so we took that high ground. Like, we were just really, really active about the scouting. Huge shout out to both of our Tracer players for, like, being really good at that. Both Jabby and Alphin had, like, amazing comms in regard to scouting, so, like, seriously, big ups to them.
Yeah, I really do think that reconnaissance information that was garnered from these tracers led to advantage in many, many different situations. Now, speaking of different tracer players and players playing different heroes, I think that your Zenyatta play was absolutely just contractual, it seemed like, right here tonight. But wanted to ask you to list any other characters that you were played here today. Maybe talk about the differences there and with that gameplay.
Oh yeah, for sure. So I think Zen as a hero, in all honesty, this is very self-serving. It's nice to get the Jonak treatment it's not that the team lives or dies by me, not even close. It is totally a team effort in all regards, but I am grateful to be enabled by my teammates. And that is one of the reasons I like playing Zen, because I can say, pocket me, make sure I don't die, and we will win.
We saw that, first point Hanamura, right? Or no, I guess the first overtime Hanamura taking headshots on opposing Echoes and supports.
That Echo? Yeah, that was good.
Yeah,
I remember that.
Supports, obviously, the target floating through the air may be a little bit harder than an Ana sitting down bottom or whatnot.
Yeah, so that's one of the reasons I like playing Zen. Also because it lets me contest angles. So if my Zen is, or if as long as they don't have like a Widow or something, it lets me kind of say, you're not allowed to peek that. I'm going to keep 5-orbing it for the next 45 seconds because I am a more patient man than you are.
There you go. It's a virtue, I'm told.
That felt good. Ana, I mean, I like playing Ana, and I think the team likes it when we play Ana, but I think we're a lot more practiced on the ball comps. And Sin is a phenomenal Winston player. Like, the few times we have him on it, he is like absolutely amazing. But like sometimes, I mean, I think on a lot of the maps, we've just kind of decided that we want to play the Brig Zen, and so you would want to play ball with that. Yeah, but that's kind of it. And then with BAP, I think BAP is my best hero. Like, that's the hero I peaked on. But in this team, we don't play a whole lot of double shield, which is when I like hit that peak. So we play it in Brawl. And it's been an interesting adjustment to see, like, oh, this is how I need to be lamping. This is how I need to be playing aggressively. I fat fingered so many lamps there. It was disgusting. It was not good. I mean, I gotta start working these guys out if that keeps up. But overall, I think that, like, the team has kind of grown in a way, both intentionally and unintentionally, to enable me as a player, which I'm incredibly grateful for, because they all, everyone on that team is, like, leagues above whatever their SR says, and I think that was proven today, you know? So.
Right.
Absolutely.
Well, oh, pardon me. We are running a little bit short on time, so we're going to have to wrap up this interview in the next couple of minutes. But before we go, I understand you've got some what I think is very exciting news to potentially share with the community overall. And would like to just turn it over to you. What are your plans coming for Overwatch 2?
I think I'm going to try to go pro again. I'm going to give it a shot.
Yeah!
I'm going to scrim, and I'm going to over the summer I'm going to be streaming a lot. And I'm going to seriously give it my all again, because when I last played and tried to play competitively, I think I was not in a great state in my life, and that kind of stopped me from growing as a person, and it stopped me from growing as a player. And now that I've kind of, worked on myself and I'm in a really great environment now, like my family is very lovely and my teammates that I work with now are awesome.
Yeah.
I'm going to give it a shot, and I'm going to seriously, put my back into it and see what happens.
Now that everything is good again. Now that everything is good again, you're ready to ruin your life with Overwatch again, right?
Oh, hell yeah, dude.
There you go.
I love it.
All right. I do believe we got to get you on out of here, Aurelius. I really appreciate you coming in and giving us a minute of your time after the game here.
Thank you for having me.
Not a problem. Westchester 3-2 victory over your Blinn College squad. We got, what is that, New York Tech and Southern New Hampshire here next, Joe. We got little League of Legends action, not Overwatch. Do you have anything else for the good people before we go?
That's gonna do it for me. Thank you all so much for tuning in. It's a pleasure as always to cast with you, Tugboat. Want to give a quick shout out as well to 606 in the production booth as well. Wanted to make sure that we gave her a shout out. Did a phenomenal job on production as well. So thank you all so very much for tuning in. GG's and see you next time.
Welcome back. Oh, you're doing it? Oh my God, I've never not hosted before. Oh wait, no, you gotta do it. You gotta do it. I've never had this happen before. Okay, do it.
Oh my God, this is wonderful. Welcome everybody. I'm Jen. This is Cast, and we're gonna be covering with ESU the East Coast Conference 2022. How you doing, Zephyr?
I'm doing fantastic. I have never once ever had anyone take the host role. That was an absolute shock to me. I like how quick though we were both to jump onto that one, and I was like, oh wow, oh my God, that's fantastic.
Oh, I love this. This is wonderful.
All right, well, as Sophie, sorry, I'm still working through that, putting it together. As Sophie has said, welcome back, of course, the East Coast Conference. We got a lovely show for y'all tonight. It's the final round of play here, the last opportunity for these teams. And of course, as you can already see above here, we have New York Institute of Technology versus Southern New Hampshire University. Both fairly high in that leaderboard, and Southern New Hampshire, they could definitely use the win.
Oh, absolutely. We got those teams going in with a really high win rate, as you said. Southern New Hampshire with 71%, a 5-2-2 win rate, and New York Institute of Technology 6-1 with an 85% win rate.
Wow. So at the top of the board here, when we talk about at least the consistency over the course of these last few weeks here, I, of course, am kind of coming in super late to the East Coast Conference. Haven't had the opportunity to catch the back end of this. Just recently hired and thrown into the fray here. So sadly, not really too up to date regarding who they might have lost to. But still, I can be absolutely sure in saying that this matchup tonight is going to be a close one for sure. Obviously, you might say, well, New York's definitely they've got what is that higher-esque win rate for themselves. But personally, we know that League of Legends is never a surefire game. It's never set in stone at any given point. Oh, all right. I was about to say, it looks like we're already in the draft here.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. We got our first ban coming in from New York. Any. We saw this ban, I think, on the side of SNHU or maybe Damon side last week, because we did see SNHU playing last week against Damon, and it was a really interesting and beautiful sweep that they had going on. So,
well, looks like heavy team fight present focus down for both sides here, most notably towards the top lane. Mograth in a minute, or 12 CS a minute. Let's make sure we get that right. It's very important that we keep track of records like that. Absolutely crucial to the Gold Stings, but definitely trying to slow them down, being a major front for the two of these rosters here. But definitely a lot of presence also paid towards Glorious Killer in the mid lane, taking away his Xerath as well as the Annie, definitely pulling away from what is available in terms of that kind of AP magic damage focus.
Yeah, and as you said, we do have a very big focus on those teamfight heavies engaging comps coming from the bans on SNHU, and the first pick from New York is Shyvana.
Interesting to see that one lined out, typically played for its burst. We have seen some on hit in the past, but personally, I'm never ever going to be a fan of it. They nerfed my baby, and it hasn't been the same ever since. So definitely I was surprised that Lilia wasn't picked up here, just going by the nature of the names here on the New York Institute side. But hey, Shyvana will do. And while you are able to ban, say, something like that Xerath and Annie, a response like the Vex is just as strong, if not more dangerous. You can definitely find that way into the backline, provide heavy burst and a lot of magic damage that is just so freaking disgusting.
Oh yeah, and Glorious Killer has shown such a great show last week, and they really do like those very high damage AP champions that also do some good CC. So on the side of Vex here, we do have that Fear going on. We have all the AoE damage, and we also saw it was who was the top lane again on Southern New Hampshire?
Southern New Hampshire is
is
12
yes,
CSS a
12
minute. My
CS a
apologies.
minute, but yes, 12 CS a minute, perfect, thank you. So 12 CS a minute also did super well with Na last week, so that's really nice to see. And that pairing, that Shyvana with a Malzahar mid lane.
Yeah, so continuing the oppression of that magic damage, definitely some heavy scaling kind of coming through here for the side of New York, both in that Malzahar, of course, the Shyvana definitely pops up, the mid to late game being heavy burst in that presence as well to lock things down, kind of pulling back towards the Jinx with the heavy 80 as well. So definitely kind of a ticking time bomb that is beginning to form for the New York side here. Once again, though, we haven't quite seen what Mograth is going to play. A lot of high
Oh,
presence, high tempo 80 damage, as well as the fronts taken away. But curious to see what might sustain for them. They definitely need to have something that sits ahead of the pack here. And as Sophie has oohed and awed, given the beauty herself has now been picked out. Caitlyn in response.
yeah. So we do have a nice matchup here. Always lovely to see a Jinx versus a Caitlyn, all that rivalry. It's super
Slight.
nice.
It's topical. It's narrative. Not quite
Exactly.
specifically for team narrative, but definitely makes me think about Arcane again, I guess.
Oh, absolutely. We do. We do love some lore heavy games. But yeah, it's to be fair, it's not surprising at all to see a Jinx in any of these games. We didn't see
No,
any ADC
high
bans
tempo.
in any of these rounds so far. No ADCs. We got actually a Renata Glask coming in from last ban on
Wow.
SNAU. And as I was saying, it's such it's just normal to pick Jinx in this
Right.
meta. She's so consistent. She's got scaling for days, so really not a surprise. But I really like to see Bond Stella how they're gonna deal with this Jinx because Caitlyn has all that pressure in their range early game, and it would be interesting to see how that's gonna unfold, especially since we're gonna see now who the supports are gonna be. So,
Right.
what are your thoughts, Zephyr?
I would like to see what could potentially happen regarding New York in terms of a general engage to start that one off. It seems to be the one of the more lacking securities here for that team. Malzahar, of course, has a lot of lockdown in, but in terms of an entrance force here for New York, we haven't quite seen that one picked out yet. But Southern New Hampshire, they actually went to kind of slow down the pace here, especially with that Hecarim ban. So I believe they're still kind of watching out for what may be lit. I'm a little concerned why we potentially might have seen the Heck ban come through and all, but what is said and done, the support picks are in full force here. Some beefy boys for both sides here. The fronts that have finally provided for themselves. Thankfully, the engage that I was looking for on the New York side is found within the Nautilus. The Braum to provide a more protective angle to keep that Caitlyn alive and potentially start to secure what is a direction for this team. Finalizing it out, though, for New York. They do find it back towards the Nocturne here. Now, I believe Man, this is throwing me for a loop, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not quite in the know in terms of the meta here, but I'd love to see where this one particularly falls regarding whether that Noctane is actually into the jungle or towards the top lane here. We'll be notified fairly shortly as in response, of course, the actual jungler here for Southern New Hampshire University is officially secured into the hands of Mr. Reno, which once again continues to provide a major front and engage for this team. And got to be careful, though. The damage is a big question. We know Vex can definitely have a heavy impact in terms of the burst, in terms of magic. Caitlyn definitely takes some time to scale, but single target really becomes a question. I am fairly worried if we don't see Born Stellar and we don't see, Glorious Killer find good pacing in their lanes as being the pillars for this team, if they'll actually have the opportunity, right, to find the damage necessary to keep this composition going and thrive here, because New York, they're just waiting for their chance to shine. That Jinx is a problem. That Malzahar, he will throttle your butts down the lane.
Yeah, I'm sorry for some technical difficulties, but I think I'm all back and nice and ready to continue in this cast.
There we go.
Excellent. So, um, yeah, just adding to that, like all the, I feel SNHU really kept all the consistency in the draft that they had last week. Look at this. They've got CC, they've got Tank, they got Frontline, they got Engage, they got Disengage, and they can do that all from a fairly good distance. I really like to see that. In the side of New York, we it's interesting to see. Um, so very solid, of course. Jinx and Nautilus, a very beefy support that can defend her and also go in for those engages. And that Nocturne that also has so much potential to gank early game as well. I'm sorry. Do you have a Shyvana top and a Nocturne? Wait.
Right, that's currently what I'm kind of sourcing out here. I think in terms of survivability, I'd like to see the Shyvana top lane. Definitely can match better
Yeah, me
into the
too.
Gnar. Has a little bit of also in terms of a rotation, you definitely want the Nocturne having more of an impact with the Paranoia rather than the Shyvana with that Dragon's Descent. It doesn't have as much of a kind of hold down for these lanes. Obviously, once that Paranoia comes online, 6 and further here for what we can assume will be that Nocturne in the jungle, then you actually get to kind of put a chokehold on a majority, which is going to be the main focus here. They want to stunt the growth of a lot of these champs, notably both the mid and bot directly, since that seems to be kind of the eggs in one basket here for Southern New Hampshire University. And Nocturne provides more to that than, say, the Shyvana, who can come online in her own right and make her own impacts once we get towards the more team fight-esque phase.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, other than that, not too much here to touch on regarding these teams. New York, they've got, I would suppose, some time, right? But I don't know if Southern New Hampshire drafted for the early game in a sense that they could actually maybe capitalize at New York's kind of weakest point here.
Mm, I feel like maybe Southern New Hampshire is just going for a solid early game. I don't think they're going to expose themselves too much. I don't think they're going to go for, as you mentioned, they might try to capitalize on New York's mistakes instead of trying to go in and create possibilities themselves.
Well, we'll be on our way towards the first match here shortly. Stick around and stay tuned for the start of your night. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Eastern Coast Conference here, round 9, the final games to be had here between these teams. Of course, as you can see, New York Institute of Technology versus Southern New Hampshire University, both the pinnacle of what is to offer here in terms of competition. I, of course, am Zephyr. Alongside me, Sophie Chan, as my color casters. We're bringing you the heat here on the Rift.
Yes, and this is going to be very exciting as we do see a 4-man invade going on.
It's spotted out. They sniff it out. It's lackluster to a degree, but I watch the vision trade though really quickly on the bot side. They'll turn that one around, pick up the wards, and get a notion regarding jungle.
Mm-hmm.
Or not. Maybe they'll just stand there, and now I'm a little scared.
Yeah, this is trying to switch that. No, I think they're just gonna reposition, right?
Okay. Yeah. For a second, I was a little bit. I believe.
I mean,
Prime was looking for a potential dredge line for maybe kind of like a one-off and maybe start for some kills, but neither squad is apparently successful regarding the cheese. But thankfully, the information provided here, knowing that you have Mr. Reno on that blue side, is absolutely crucial. A great ward there on the wraps, though.
Oh yeah. Do you see Nocturne going for the red buff? Amamu on the blue buff. Let's have a look which sort of jungling route are they gonna choose if they're gonna go for early games. Because they both, I mean especially Amamu with those gravity grabs can have good early pressure.
Those gravity
on
grabs.
Those engages. The gravity grabs.
I know you're not a play-by-play caster, but coming up with the new names, I think I might use them later on here. Is already right off the bat initial fights being taken, a lot of punishment here in response, but not respecting the damage provided from Braum there. First blood found here. The rockets might be available, but they're not enough to prove effective in terms of damage, and taking that cleanse, man, it's got a bite knowing you didn't have the heal to save the day.
Oh my lord, that was very intense. To be fair, I thought SNAG was gonna fall in that fight, and they take out the first blood on the Nautilus there. Whew. That's some very nice and interesting early pressure that we love to see in a such high level matchup we have here.
Absolutely, and that might stunt a little bit of the progress here. I will say in terms of the general kind of CS differential, nothing has particularly changed. Obviously, you lose out on the XP for Prime here in the bot lane, so the Nautilus not going to be as effective, at least for the next few minutes, as you're going to get more response out of this Braum. But now in the mid lane, you already begin to see what is the actual CS advantage taking place. It is that Vex, and this is to be expected. Malzahar needs to hit what is those later levels 11, 16 onwards before he becomes a problem.
Yeah, absolutely. And we did spot earlier that Vex stole, I think, 2 of those wraiths from Nocturne, so that does count on the CS advantage. But the pressure has been very great on from Glorious Killer to not let that Malzahar scale.
But I mean, you can only not let the man scale for so long. I mean, you can put him back down in the lanes and find yourself a level ahead or two. In a sense of what he offers in the team fights, all he's got to do is press R. Speaking of pressing R, neither available for any of these two champions, but plenty more CC in store. Big Fear found there on to 12 CS a minute. Will push him back, but notably will not blow any kind of flash in response. Mr. Reno seeing the jungler's top, finding the grabby grabs onto Mr. Prime here in the bot lane. And this time around, no one's going to go down. They don't even blow the flash onto Anger.
Yeah, Prime was very confident on that hook to go back to under the turret, so nothing really that scary. We have Drake spawning in exactly now 10 seconds.
In exactly 10 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, we'll provide a countdown all throughout the match here tonight, but as of right now, what's more important, Lilia or, well, technically Nocturne. I have a little bit of a moral standard. I don't want to say the first part of that name, but either way, they're in the bot lane. Hook found their dredge line forward, and quickly in response, provided amount of CC to find, once again, another return onto this Nautilus, this time finally stacking towards what is Born Stellar. So a bit of an issue beginning to arise here for the side of New York Institute, as kind of giving away some of those early kills that, honestly, all they have to do is survive. They scale up. This comp works for them the later this game goes. Yeah, you have to deal with Vex and that damage, but she can't take down all of you.
Yeah. And as precisely as you said, that it's basically what New York is doing wrong. They have to know their limitations from their comp, because SNAU, as I pointed out in the draft, what they have to do is just capitalize on their mistakes. And New York is just being too aggressive. Like you said, they just have to survive, and they're just pushing and pressuring too much. And that it's not going to go well. They don't have that much early damage. And the amount of CC, especially on that bottom lane with Amumu and Braum, just lets Caitlyn do all the work. And people just die fairly quickly for this early Caitlyn, especially if you don't have any other means of getting into SNAU. So you're not going to capitalize on anything, New York, if you play this way. You gotta, as you so rightfully said, Sever, you gotta wait, you gotta farm, you gotta, you
take your time.
You gotta
take a
it
chill
slow.
pill a little bit.
Exactly.
No problem.
Exactly.
I mean, in all honesty, though, with respect towards New York Institute here, look at the CS levels. Obviously, we already discussed the deficit that Hecti is at in the mid lane. But even with the kills on their belt, right, they're still keeping the gold relatively even when we talk about just CS alone here. So definitely staying paced with the game as a whole. Obviously, you can't keep throwing away those 300 bounties, or not quite bounties, but 300 assistants in terms of the kills. Obviously, that will continue to stack up, but it's not like New York's completely out of it. They're not just like throwing away the lanes, just giving them away here.
Definitely. I think they just chose the wrong attitude, the wrong plan to start the game off with. And I hope that they're now seeing that it wasn't working, so they switch it up.
Well, definitely a bit of a lull in terms of the junglers, but what's going to be absolutely crucial here is the level 6s. Reno and Lilia, the two of them finding what is that Curse of the Sad Mummy and the Paranoia, could be paramount in starting to kind of amp the pace of play here on the map.
Yeah, especially because we're probably coming from New York, I hope so. Some more vision towards the Drake pit, because it's been there for a while. Interesting to see nobody is trying to take that, but we do have Shyvana dealing a lot of damage on this Nod that is gonna transform fairly soon, but decides to disengage in that fight.
Right, not a chance for that one to start up there. Remember, the Dragon's Descent is available for Mograph, so it's not exactly the cleanest of trades if he wants to take that one out. So they actually have to kind of handshake, and I'm glad that we did officially see what was that Shyvana find its way towards the top side there. And also, don't forget the Ghost always available. Now, toward the bot lane. Remember, both junglers are definitely within range here. Ooh, Pancake Man has the Scry. Doesn't actually make any moves with it, so he won't find Lily out here. Dredge line found. Paranoia deep straight onto Caitlyn. An immediate flash. Now Amumu straight into the lane there. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, that's a massive Nethergrass. Mograth as well to provide the burst. Big flashes on all ends there, especially on Glorious Killer. No one to fall, though. A lot of windows expended.
Yeah. At the same time, those flashes were so well used, and we got another engage!
Oh, this time around, though, those grabby grabs didn't quite land here for Mr. Reno. Had they did, the big Curse of the Sad Mummy, you might have seen another death here for Prime. Alas, back under turret, continuing to find a little bit of some respite. Sadly, though, this means you lose priority of the bot lane, potentially the start of this dragon coming this way now. You already know, by the way, that the Nether Grasp isn't available. That's a major CC tool, no Paranoia. Just go for the Mountain Drake. It's fine.
Yeah, they got all the control area. New York, I think they just gave that. They thought it wasn't good idea to try to contest. As you said, they didn't have the weapons, they didn't have the tools to try to contest that, and Nocturne just didn't even decide to try and go for a shield. At this point, that might be the safest bet.
Most of these teams taking a little bit slow. We begin to see a slight advantage found in terms of the gold. Most of it being situated on Glorious Killer in this mid lane, especially with the 20 CS lead here on the Vex. And to be honest, that was to be expected. But with things like that continuing to bolster, as well as the control over some of these major objectives, potentially, you know, Southern New Hampshire University not quite as weak as I was to expect regarding this composition. If they continue to ramp, maybe potentially take a good team fight around what will be maybe the Rift or next Dragon, find those kills onto Vex or Caitlyn, suddenly they become much more of a problem that you don't have to worry the apparent scaling that might be necessary on New York Institute. I will start to put this timer though up on the board. 35 minutes is going to be my kind of guess, maybe 30 here. If there isn't really a dominance found by Southern New Hampshire, then I do think New York's comp just begins to excel naturally, whether they've been making good trades or good decisions all game long.
Yeah, that's very true. Well, my thoughts since the draft was actually that I really enjoyed SNHU's team comp, just because I have watched them play last week. I've casted them last week, and I saw how much they can do on solely capitalizing on the enemy's mistakes. And that's what they've been doing. They've been doing that, but maybe they've got no knowledge, and they don't have no knowledge of this Nocturne here. And they're just gonna stay back.
Oh, man. Not really tanky enough yet. That frontline prime actually kind of broken in half there. Born Stellar with this Caitlyn, notably. Not quite having any of the completed mythics, but that Noon Quiver and Pickaxe, just enough to continue punishing here. Still, though, they will look for the dredge line, found once again on the bottom. Remember, no flash this time, but going gold with the stopwatch. Fear is found. Now the block in response with the Unbreakable Shield. Quick heal here, but can't quite step up for the final bit of damage to pick those ones up. Has the ace in the hole, but there's just too much health on the board here to start off or finish anything there. And as a result, though, they know that we do see Lilia here in the bot lane, this Nocturne out of position. Quickly will they take the Rift Herald.
Absolutely. Oh, it's so nice to see that. That fight was beautiful. I hadn't even noticed that Caitlyn already had the stopwatch. And she turned golden, and that basically determined they were gonna win that fight. There was no way past Golden Caitlyn and the Braum in the front line. But Vex is dealing a lot of damage on the Sylvana.
Yeah, I mean, the Vex is made for burst, made for damage. Thankfully, Mugroff sitting on something like the Bambi Cinder there, more than happy to walk away. Had to utilize that Dragon's Descent, though, as a result. But hey, it's not really the worst of cooldowns there. Scales with the kind of clearing speed on Mugroff as a whole. Still, though, we will see Glorious Killer continue to push out that lane. I wonder if this is I don't think it's a full trade, but it's definitely one to keep these waves in balance here. Remember, Rift Herald is situated on 12 CS a minute. Definitely has time to make this decision, but I'd love to see some plates picked up here across the board. None have currently been found, actually, for the side of Southern New Hampshire University.
Yeah, it's going to be really nice to see. And maybe they're going to try and rotate to Drop Herald, either mid or top lane. We'll have a look. I want to point out how SNHU has been doing, not just capitalizing on their mistakes, but knowing we're gonna, like, they sent Vax top lane, Glorious Killer. They knew that Vax was already dealing so much damage. We're gonna take out those cooldowns on Morgraph. We're gonna let them retreat. We're gonna push this wave. We're gonna control the map. They have wards all over the river. The vision is there. It's theirs. And they have just, I don't know, at this point, the game on their hands. They as if they can see everything that's been laid out, and they know exactly how to proceed, when and where. It's very nice to see.
Dragon back onto the Rift here. This could be the first major contest of the game between these two squads. You see there's a bit of a split in terms of the vision here. No one actually taking the full priority, but wow, big paranoia into the mid lane. They actually go for the target onto Glorious Killer, and that's why that ultimate is so imperative. Will now New York Institute continue to push this one out? Dredgeline onto Pancake Man, a big fissure in response. Flash out of the massive bandage touch, and yes, it will find the Curse of the Sad Mummy here onto Prime, but can they find more? 50 caliber net, and the Falters bite there, and one final shot there from Caitlyn. Now Mograth in deep here, a big stun found in response with the bandage toss to pick up that kill. Now a chase forward here from Lilia. One major auto, maybe two more, keeps this one running onto Stellar. The trap slows it, but into the bush she goes. Woohoo! Able to kite this one out and find the full wipe for Southern New Hampshire University.
Oh my god, stellar performance in this team fight. Oh, that was amazing.
Wow, such knowledge of where to position. Wow, just playing around that Winter's Bite from Braum. Oh, incredible. If we had a prediction of dropping, oh yeah, true. But if we had that prediction of dropping the Herald either top or mid, they dropped that bottom. Had the plating's already down. I noticed. I don't think they're still up, so I don't think they got all that extra gold. Let me see the gold advantage. So they have a 2k gold lead on the side of SNEG.
Ooh. Oh, look at that! A nice little replay at the very bottom of the screen.
Nice.
We get to take a look at that final fight there. We don't have it all the way up, but most notably, it's the numbers disadvantage. There wasn't really this extended kind of cooldown trade, and as a result, you got to see Southern New Hampshire turn around and go full force on that fight when they did finally get to respond, though. I have to give props, though, to Lilia there. I hate saying this every single time. It's confusing the absolute heck out of me. It's Lilia, but it's Nocturne. It's Nocturne. It's Lilia. Whatever. Either way, found what was the only real response from New York in those final moments. Had he not picked up those kills, I mean, it would have been a massive negative trade here for themselves.
Nothing going much around now. We don't have any objectives. We have bottom lane and top lane on the side of of New York with just a little health. But Shyvana seems to maybe be wanting to dive this Gnar.
The Gnar now in mini form has plenty of damage to suffice, but surprisingly not going to catch up there. Doesn't want to chase into that kind of lack of vision deep there. Not end up at the hands of Lilia or Hecti, both of them plenty raring to go with their major ultimate tools, which are great pick advantages for them as champions here. So pulling away, the wave will crash though, and Lilia is nearby.
Yeah, when do we have the Herald? 1:35, but wow, a massive engage on the I can't do much against two people.
I was gonna say, a little Gnar, a little too late, a little too dead there. Poor little guy.
Yeah.
Bit of a shame.
They did take the turret though.
That is true. They did find the tier 1 there, the only one to fall currently on the map. And quickly, I believe Mograth will find an immediate response, though, so it will balance out here. It depends how well Reno is able to respond. Bandage toss found. He does have semi, but more importantly, just going to clear that wave out and make sure that they actually keep that one alive and continue to buff their own objective. Down to the bot lane, a bound fight to be found here. The Mega Death Rocket is in return, but that with Born Stellar into the front lines provides enough. Pancake Man, though, is a ticking. Mograth with the teleport, kiting to behold here, but how long can the Caitlyn stay on here? A big silence and one more tick will do it. It's the burn here from Hecti. Now Pancake Man, no one to keep his little britches clean, will also be eliminated. A massive move here from Mograth with the TP.
Beautiful TP and a nice rotation to get that big Caitlyn down and take down that bounty. Very nice counterplay from New York. We're feeling a little behind, but I don't think we can consider them any way that behind as they were like in 5 minutes ago. The gold is pretty much the same on both teams, and the scaling champions on New York's team are scaling. They're dealing a lot of damage now. That Jinx took down tier 1 on bottom lane so quickly, as you would expect, and that's the pressure we're gonna see on a gank on this Glorious Killer here. Woo! With the paranoia and the flash from Glorious Killer and the stopwatch.
Oh.
Is that gonna be enough? But oh my god!
Wow! Finding the response there and the rest of the team to arrive. Now the Curse of the Sad Mummy. The Fissure will knock up Hecty, and a massive Dragon's Descent, though, will keep them alive. A turnaround, a massive Death Rocket, a Jinx that is crazed and pumping through there. Pancake Man to block for just a second more as the final auto is secured for Mograth. A massive turnaround and a zap to slow here for New York Institute of Technology. These boys are on fire.
Oh my god, they really are showing what they came here for. Oh, the Jinx!
One more!
Oh, and the Gale's Force! The Gale Force! Oh my god! Oh, that's insane! That's such a great push by New York.
I don't care.
God.
They may not be the best at maintaining the overall macro in the early game, but with mechanics like that, does it really matter? Pulling off moves in the mid lane, little bits of the Gale Force, the damage to provide. I'm telling you right now, Sophie, this Jinx, this Malzahar, they are problems. Take the timer I brought up down now. 28 minutes is where we see this game. 27 potentially. They've scaled.
Oh my god. 9 seconds for Drake. Oh, and the Ocean Soul. Well, what are we gonna see here? This Jinx is just gonna rack everybody again.
Ooh. Immediately a dredge line for the route onto Reno. A burn to provide there. Mograth to secure it now. Straight onto Pancake Man. Zap to slow. He's waiting for the jump, though, over the wall. Still, this dissuades, this pushes Southern New Hampshire back as a dragon. Most importantly, an Ocean that'll keep them healthy is secured here. And 12 CS on the side lanes. Pick up anything response. Yes, a bit of a break with the Demolish, but I don't think he's picking up a turret anytime soon.
Yeah, it's been wonderful to see New York. Oh, and that canceled the recall. Oh, and the paranoia to this nah.
A fantastic engage, and that'll be it. Called that one out. They could sniff it in the bushes. He was a stinky boy as they finally found the damage necessary. Now, of course, without that top laner, without that front line, maybe they'll look for even more. Prime, he's on the hunt there. Oh, a good dodge to prevent any kind of return there, but definitely goes to show how much pressure is coming out of the New York roster right now.
Yeah, and they know that they had to get their carries to get to that point where they're confident in that damage, and they know what they can do. They know they can engage. They know they can go with the paranoia. They can have Mograth going into the back line, and Jinx is just gonna wreck them all every time, especially with that point-click insane ulti from Malzahar. It's gonna be difficult for SNEG to come back from this, and top lane tier 1 is gonna go down as well. And we gotta point out 3 big bounties on the side of New York. 1,400 gold for Mograth, 500 gold for Hecty, and 150 for NJCAAE.
Massive leads found now across the board. The Malzahar, surprisingly, being more than I expected compared to this Jinx in the bot. I kind of thought the ramping would be more severe, but with CC like that, you can see how it provides. Now, Lilia back in the bot. A Gnar found straight into the CC there of that wall. Mograth has that Dragon's Descent, but might not even need it, as 12 CS a minute takes to the alcove of Fear down there, and no real mega for him means that will be it. They know, though, that Lilia is bot. This is their last chance to potentially pull something off like this, but with the TP coming through and a ward right on top of them, they have no idea what's set in store. Prime to front this one out. Magrath stepping up. There's the dredge line. Magrath straight on the jungle. The big front from Prime, but we will be punished for stepping up. Now Andrew finally finding the initial kill to start the Get Crazed passive. The rocket will miss at the cost of Magrath finding the kill, and in return, Glorious picks up 2, a separation. They just weren't paying attention. Now Born Stellar, can she kite them out? Once more, another dash found. A big fear for Magrath. A defense from Glorious Killer. A skill to behold. Yes, Caitlyn will fall, but the dignity of this team yet still remains intact.
Oh my god, this match is better and better. All these teams are really showing us all that potential. And it's been so exciting, so thrilling to watch. Oh my lord. We thought we were gonna see maybe a Baron. We did see a big Baron fight. All that coming in with Glorious Killer. As we can see the replay on the screen. Big hook from Nautilus. Wow. We don't have much coming from an SNAGU at that point. But then Glorious
Wait,
Killer
hold
just
the thought.
arrives. Oh.
Looking at live here. Prime in with the dredge line in response from Glorious Killer. That's a huge paranoia right into the fray. It will pressure this fight. A flash forward, Nethergrass right onto Vex. Now the Jinx has arrived. The damage is necessary. A double here for Lilia. A massive win, and with, of course, those 2 members being down, this opens up the Baron.
And this game has been just action upon action. Now we can peacefully toss on a little replay, and there's a new team fight, and it's gonna be the safe Baron buff for New York.
Ooh, a big Baron buff. All 5 all 5 members now with that on board to find a push into one of these lanes. Instead, obviously, they're already setting up for that Drake, going to secure the soul point for the Ocean here, continue to pump up that survivability. Already another teleport expended there. Hecty coming right into the midst of things, making sure that they're a full 5-man in force.
Yeah, and that's gonna be secured, no doubt. SNAGU knows they can't contest that, and that's a very frightening position to be, because New York does have the 3 Drakes, and next is going to be Soul if they get it, and the survivability is just going to be insane if they get that Ocean Soul. And they already have all the damage, so the Jinx is going to be unstoppable.
Unkillable.
The paranoia, unkillable. The paranoia is going to be... Whew, that's very hard ways to escape, but maybe SNAGU is gonna come in with a surprise here, as New York doesn't decide to push any further, as Magrath is also split pushing on bottom lane to keep all those waves nice and advanced, so they have all that map presence.
Ooh. Magrath on the side here. We've seen how this one has turned out several times over. 12 CS a minute, though, going mega with the Gnar. A massive Dragon's Descent also thrown in response, but look who's here again. Lilia from the side to make sure that that kill is more than secure as they break down the tier 2. Now Glorious Killer forced to sit in the waves. Actually, doesn't even matter. They're all forced back inside the base as now the waves begin to crash. Engage found here. Reno deep stash of the sad mummy, but it's a bit of a only was found on 1 member. Still though, Reno's back in. The burst from Glorious Killer. Magrath fronting for this team. A dredge line onto Vex. A knock-up to follow. Going gold with the Zonias. The zap maybe a little bit too late in the face of the flash, but the inhibitor turret is down, and the pressure, it continues. It ensues. The zap from Anger. More rockets. Pancake so low as they retreat to Fountain at the destruction of both of their inhibitors.
Oh my! New York has been ruthless. I don't think there's any way for SNAGU to escape here. Southern New Hampshire. And we also have Magrath coming with that speed.
Oh,
Oh, and a
Dragon's Descent into the fray there to start this one off. Pancake Man, the front line, dead. Not much rage left in the tank for 12 CS a minute, but look at how low New York is. Still though, the burn, the space, the burn here from Hecty on this Malzahar will kill Born Stellar. Glorious Killer, the only real last bastion of hope in terms of damage here for Southern New Hampshire, and immediately caught by the Nether Grasp. Yes, Reno will go in, but he has no damage to punish the likes of Mograth. Something like that Curse of the Sad Mummy would have been so good only a moment ago. As the inhib falls, New York Institute of Technology are your game 1 winners.
What an incredible game we got on our hands here, Oh my.
What an absolute incredible collapse there. It felt like a landslide towards the end, and we had set it up from the get-go there, talking about that draft, discussing how it's a really good composition. It only needs some time.
Yeah, and unfortunately, SNHU did give them that time. But it's nice to see that even though New York started off a little
shaky.
A little here and there, yeah, a little shaky. Just trying to gather themselves back. And they did. Oh, man, they did. And they got everything they needed. They got the damage on Jinx. They got the stun on Malzahar's ulti. They just had everything. And there was no way SNHU could escape. And they proved it, how strong they were and how they knew that they were capable to go in, get the kills, and stay on top of the fight and the game.
Yeah, it was not just the fight, but the game as a whole, constantly putting pedal to the metal and pressuring Southern New Hampshire to the point where they weren't able to find any kind of response. Glorious Killer, though, I got to give some props back towards them. The Vex was crucial and some of the only response that was truly ever really found into the midst of what was defenses against Barons, towers, and major objectives as a whole here. For now, though, 1 game potentially left in the tank, maybe 3, or my apologies, maybe 2. I can totally count, ladies and gentlemen, but that will be left up to the Rift here. We out on this desk. We're going to go towards that short break, and we come back. We'll be bringing you the action once again. Stick around. Play-by-play caster, but coming up with the new names, I think I might use them later on here. Is already right off the bat initial fights being taken, a lot of punishment here in response, but not respecting the damage provided from. See, there's a bit of a split in terms of the vision here. No one actually taking the full priority, but wow, big paranoia into the mid lane. They actually go for the target onto Glorious Killer, and that's why that response flash out of the massive bandage touch. And yes, it will find the Curse of the Sad Mummy here onto Prime, but can they find more? 50 caliber net and the full Winter's Bite there, and one final shot there from Caitlyn. Now Mograth in deep here, a big stun found in response with the bandage toss to pick up that kill. Now a chase forward here from Lilia. 1 major auto, maybe 2 more, keeps this one running onto Stellar. The trap slows it, but into the bush she goes. Able to kite this one out and find the
yeah. When do we have the Herald? 1 and 35, but wow, a massive engage on that little knot.
But more importantly, just going to clear that wave out and make sure that they actually keep that one alive and continue to buff their own objective. Down to the bot lane, a bound fight to be found here. The Mega Death Rocket is in return, but that with Born Stellar into the front lines provides enough. Pancake Man, though, is a ticking. Mograth with the teleport, kiting to behold here, but how long can the Caitlyn stay on here? A big silence and 1 more tick will do it. It's the ignite, the burn here from Hecty. Now Pancake Man, no one to keep his little britches clean. Will also
Glorious Killer here with the paranoia and the flash from Glorious and the stopwatch. Is that gonna be enough? But oh my god!
Wow! Finding the response there and the rest of the team to arrive. Now the Curse of the Sad Mummy. The Fissure will knock up Hecty, and a massive Dragon's Descent, though, will keep them alive. A turnaround, a massive Death Rocket, a Jinx that is crazed and pumping through there. Pancake Man to block for just a second more as the final auto is secured for Mograth. A massive turnaround and a zap to slow Low here for New York Institute. Immediately a dredge line for the route onto Reno. A burn to provide there. Mograth to secure it now straight onto Pancake Man. Zap to slow. He's waiting for the jump though over the wall. Still, this dissuades, this pushes Southern New Hampshire back as a dragon. Most importantly, an ocean that'll keep them hard right on top of them. They have no idea what's set in store. Prime to front this one out. Mograth stepping up. There's the dredge line. Mograth straight on the jungle. The big front from Prime, but we will be punished for stepping up. Now Andrew finally finding the initial kill to start the Get Crazed passive. The rocket will miss at the cost of Mograth finding the kill, and in return, Glorious picks up two. A separation. They just weren't paying attention. Now Born Stellar, can she kite them out? Oh, once more, another dash found. A big fear for Mograth. A defense from Glorious Killer. A skill to behold. Yes, Caitlyn will fall, but the dignity of this team. Yellow going gold with the Zonias. The zap maybe a little bit too late in the face of the flash, but the inhibitor turret is down, and the pressure, it continues. It ensues. The zap from Anger. More rockets. Pancake so low as Salazar will kill Born Stellar. Glorious Killer, the only real last bastion of hope in terms of damage here for Southern New Hampshire, and immediately caught by the Nether Grasp. Yes, Reno will go in, but he has no damage to punish the likes of Mograth. Something like that Curse of the Sad Mummy would have been so good only a moment ago. As the inhib falls, New York. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the ECC broadcast here. If you're just joining us, we were coming off the tail end of a very intense game between New York Institute of Technology and the Southern New Hampshire University. New York absolutely scaling out the wazoo and giving no context or fault to themselves. Kicking butt, taking names, chewing gum probably.
Chewing names.
Chewing names. Kicking gum.
Kicking gum.
Taking butt.
Taking butt. Yes.
Quote me on that.
Wow. Oh yeah. We're gonna write it down. Put it in the shirt. Oh my. As you said, this last game was absolutely insane. Wow. If you guys were watching, you couldn't even see the point where New York just came back and the game was just theirs. There was no way back.
I mean, it starts off in draft. That's the main context of where that one comes from, right? We discussed the fact that you bring all these picks together regarding a really extreme mid to late game source of damage, and there is no counter to that. Unless you like absolutely throw as the enemy team, then once you get to that certain point of the game, then you're already just at a natural advantage here. And the thing was, Southern, New Hampshire, they weren't actually a poor, in that early game. They were finding what little responses they could, but they never were really shutting down New York. We brought it up many times how the gold was still balanced. They were still, seeing a return, picking up objectives where they could. It wasn't completely the shutdown necessary, when you see comps like that.
Yeah, definitely. And you pointed out since the very, I don't know, first 10 minutes of the game, the CS, even though New
Even.
York was falling behind a little bit and wasn't really quite getting the shutdowns on those fights, the CS was there. They didn't have, like, SNAG wasn't on that big of a lead. Actually, they were very equal on that gold. So New York did what they had to do. They kept on getting those getting that CS, keeping it cool. They saw those harsh engages weren't working that much for them. So they said, okay, we're gonna scale a little bit and we're gonna come back. And when we come back, you better be prepared. And unfortunately, SNAG, as we said, they had a little more early game focused comp, and
Right.
New York's comp was gonna outscale them.
Right.
Like,
And I feel like kind of looking forward here for, Southern New Hampshire University, what direction they tried to play through with their comp wasn't exactly the worst. They had a really strong front line, each with their own set of engage that could provide. But the problem was that what was supposed to be their hyper carries really weren't hyper enough for my, personal indulgement here. The Vex I actually really did like, but the Caitlyn, I feel like, while yes, can be good in terms of kind of stunting the growth of the Jinx, wasn't exactly the best of responses. I would have actually loved to see, say, something like the Aphelios potentially come out. I know that can be a really disgusting entity the later that game goes and can actually kind of match the pacing of, say, something like that Jinx. But as you guys can already tell, you have eyes, unlike me, my 4 here, that we are already in that draft.
yeah, we got our 8 eyes here on this
8
draft.
eyes on the draft.
Yeah, on the draft.
I
And
can't see
the
right
first
now.
beds I memorized. First band on the right was Shyvana, and on the left was Annie. There it is.
All right. Well, already off the bat here, they seem to, provide some analysis that there was a problem with Margrath being on that Shyvana, and it definitely did prevent the Gnar from ever really having any kind of action, into that game. So I definitely think that is an option, but you're allowing other picks to kind of slide through. Remember last time around, they were banning things like the Caitlyn, or my apologies, the Camille, sorry, on what was
Yes.
the first ban of rotations here. So you're potentially giving more agency towards Margrath and giving him the potential to actually have a, how do I say this? Not so much a team fight oriented presence, but more single target, self-centered, kick butt, take names, chew bubblegum.
Chew bubblegum. Yeah, and we have the respect coming from New York with the ban for that Vex. Gloria Skiller was really that one thing that was trying to hold SNAG on this last game together, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. And last ban, Galio for the red team.
Once
And we
again,
do also have the Nocturne. Also the respect for Lilia's jungle. Is that a problem?
No, I don't. I think that's nothing bad at all. Obviously, they're going to leave that bot lane kind of open here, and hence why you already begin to see the pickup for the Jinx right off the bat back in the hands of Andrew. I mean, it was an absolute crazy success for them on that side, and they will continue to work with it, given that, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it there. This time around, though, we already know bot lane's being picked out first. You can source response almost immediately. I'd like to potentially see what Southern New Hampshire maybe potentially have in terms of support or bot lane for themselves. Vayne, okay. Also another select hyperscaler. This one not as intense as the Jinx in my personal opinion, but definitely kind of stunts what would be a major kind of team fight composition if you're not careful. I think there's a lot more of a necessity to find a lead on the Vayne rather than the Jinx. I think the Jinx kind of casually finds some good pacing into the mid and late game, whereas the Vayne not so much, really needs to have a little bit of that extra oomph, but can definitely match up. I just need to see some real intense responses out of Born Stellar here.
Yeah. And as what I saw last week, Southern New Hampshire is keen to picking unconventional, not that really into the meta champions. So we have that Vayne, Hecarim locked, and New York's locked Dutch Rondo now. And we're gonna have a last pick of the first round.
First round, last pick. Let's see what it is, ladies and
First round,
gentlemen.
last bit, batting.
Does it start with a vowel or does it start with a consonant? I'll let you be the judge of that
Is
one.
it? Is it? It's gonna be the ooh.
Oh, it starts with a
Aatrox.
vowel. Okay, sorry, that's a little bit rare. There's only 6 of those in the alphabet. Either way, here, Magrath now permitted to play on something more skill-oriented for himself in the top lane. We saw that Aatrox come out on a ban. This does confirm for a fact that Lilia will be on the Trundle in the jungle. So definitely making for some heavy bruisers here, right? And honestly, all they're missing is a really solid source of engage. Obviously, they need some AP as well, but I'm more than sure that Hecti has a wide champion pool that'll be available for that response. Of course, already seeing the Malzahar banned in its own turn here. Set picked out. This could go a multitude of ways. Obviously, I'd like to see it in the top lane. We know how strong Set can be in terms of that kind of first level 1 through 3 skirmish, but definitely flexible. We've seen him played in a multitude of lanes, albeit one of the most out of any character or champion that was ever permitted to exist in League of Legends.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think Set, along with Pantheon, can just play just about any lane. Any lane. And another last ban from Southern New Hampshire is Renata Glask, along with that Mauser. They're not going to allow New York to have that kind of control again. And the Lux, nice, okay.
Hardy also taking away the Xerath from Glorious Killer, really choking what pool may exist there. Granted, we could see the potential flex of those champions come back, but I'd like to see as something else, maybe an AP response here, something more team fight oriented. But no, with burn like that, well, they could go Pancake Man. Nothing is completely set in
most
stone.
likely the Ari, yeah.
Oh, there. Okay, there we go. I was about to say, definitely
A little questionable.
I feel like Ari is such a selfish pick sometimes. I still like it. Don't get me wrong, though. So I think it's definitely important, but I need to. Well, then
I have to say, after her tiny rework on her ulti, she's become more of a team fight mage now.
I'll take it. I'll take your word for it, and we'll see how that one runs out here. What is more notable, though, is the fact that Glorious Killer is absolutely freaking cracked, and so he can make that one work. So
definitely.
Either way, in response.
Oh my god, look at this thing. Do you see this bench?
I see it back and forth here. I'm not quite sure if it's actually a real pick. I'd love to see it. I think it'd be absolutely hilarious.
Nah, it's not gonna be.
I'll be honest, I quit League of Legends like a long time ago, but I saw some like weird .exe Teemo clip like about like 3 months ago, and I hopped on League and I spent literally like a month just straight playing the Mushroom King, and I lost every single game because he was absolute butt. And at the end of the day,
he really is absolute butt. He kicks butt. He kicks gum.
He kicks gum. He takes butt and chews names. Fantastic job there.
Yes.
Amumu and Silas, the other end of the bargain here for New York, once again, giving the engage that we are looking for, continue to put the bruiser in this competition, or this composition, my apologies. The only real front being that Amumu, but we saw how good it was on Mr. Reno to kind of set things up in a fight of its own. The Heimerdinger is secured here, but I'm not completely 100% sure where we might see that one fall as of yet.
It might be Pancake Man. It might be Pancake Man. It might be a support. I don't know. I mean, Set could be the support, but I haven't seen Set support in a while.
True.
Ari support, I don't.
Set top.
That is definitely gonna be Glorious Killer. It's gonna be a Glorious Killer with the Ari. So I am betting on Pancake Man.
I don't know how, if it does fall into the hands of Pancake Man, I don't know how I particularly feel regarding the setup it kind of guarantees for Vayne. Yeah, it's a lot of poke. Yeah, it's a lot of damage, but in response, you're playing directly into what is going to, I can only assume, be the Amumu Jinx, right? And into the face of that, they definitely have
I was actually thinking Jinx Trundle.
Wrong. Incorrect. I disagree.
Incorrect. I've seen a couple of Trundle support. I'm actually not a professional. I just come here and yeah.
And you think I am? I'm a professional caster, but when it comes to League of Legends, I might as well be a 12-year-old with a laptop.
Oh yeah, we're both 12-year-olds.
And no money.
Yes. But yeah, I know nothing about League, so really just listen to him. It's fine.
I think it's the Amumu. I think the setup engage
No,
is
it definitely does make sense. Yeah, of course. I do trust you, Bob.
You're conceding quite quickly here.
No,
Okay.
yeah, I mean,
I'll let it slide.
Okay, so listen to me. I have
Okay.
seen Trundle support in actual like recent times, but are you still listening to me?
Great points there, Sophie. An absolute fantastic addition to the broadcast. I agree with
This
you wholeheartedly,
man!
and I'm glad you also.
What
I'm glad
this
you
man is
also
ballsy.
concede just as much. You're definitely a
Wow.
Chad.
Wow. Oh, wow. Oh my god. Look at him. Look at him all comfy. Uh-huh. But yeah, so definitely, Amumu is solid. Thinking about getting him support. But I have seen Trundle support as well, so I wouldn't erase that possibility.
Okay. Whatever you say. There's no bets to be had here, no contest. We're not the teams playing out on the Rift here. At the end of the day, the only contest that truly matters, other than the fact that Sophie can't hear me right now, big
Are we
ears.
going into break? What is this? Is this...
She doesn't care about a damn thing I have to say here, ladies and gentlemen. With that note, we're going to be on our way towards a nice break here on the ECC. When we come back, we might be coming at you with the last and final game of these two teams, or potentially the carriage on to our third. Stick around! Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Eastern Collegiate Conference here.
With
My
two
name's
very
Zephyr
nice
Cass.
and with two nice, very nice and collected casters.
And two that weren't just reprimanded for
Yes.
their behavior.
Mm-hmm.
We're good people,
Yes.
Brent
Zephyr and Sochon.
and
Yes.
Sophie
Mm-hmm.
and Ibram. Making that clear, he's there too. He's the one
Yeah.
checking out the duckies. So don't forget it, but also don't mention it, because he might be reprimanded too.
Yeah, we all getting the reprimands.
All right. Well, either way, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. New York. God, Jesus, I'm terrible. New York Institute of Technology, Southern New Hampshire University. We saw last time around New York. What wasn't an absolute landslide in their game here already. Right off the bat, looking for some cheese, some Gouda, some Swish, and it's just a little too
some cheddar.
stinky. A little too stinky.
And interesting to see that they went in so deep on Southern New Hampshire's jungle.
Thank you,
Zoom in on
Abram.
wars. Thank you. I hadn't noticed. That is very helpful. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yes, and so mentioning it, talking about wars, we see that New York did go in very deep on that red side jungle, but didn't really ward there.
All right. And as a result, response is found for Southern New Hampshire University. So they do get a little bit of an understanding regarding the start here for New York Institute of Technology. My God, Trundle's looking real speedy here today.
Wow, when did that happen?
They really amped his attack speed. Oh my God.
Is that? Are we watching things on? No, we're.
Do I have
watching
to like?
things-
Hold on. Do I have to?
Speed up my voice like this as we talk to him and go through the game. Look at the hecky on the side here now. Lilia on the edge here, potentially looking for what it will be that engage. A pillar drops down, a bit of a slow here. Glorious Killer going to be forced to blast and chase and doing under tower. First blood found here for.
It's Mickey Mouse.
I'm
What
just
is
keeping up the
happening?
pace with Ibram.
Can what is happening?
I'm not exactly sure, but we're calling it out as quick as we can. Either
Yeah,
way,
the second.
as y'all
seconds are
can
going
see
past
though,
like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait,
as
really? Wow, this is a spectator problem, you guys. Riot Games.
Ooh,
and
all right,
their
there you go.
clients. Yes. Okay,
things
we're
have
back.
slowed down,
Okay,
collect
catch your breath.
ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
A kill was found here
Oh my.
for Lilia. In the midst of that, we saw the gank take place. Now Reno looking for their own here on the top side. Margrath, no clue what's about to transpire.
Oh my, and we had everything wrong as a Vayne top. A Sats and a Heimerdinger bot.
Wow. Okay, we really did. My gosh, I just taken note of that. This is why Sophie's my color for the day. Mind you, Reno really taking his time up here. Not gonna lie, it's been a bit too long. A little bit of a waste there. I understand what was tried and true, but that is going to continue to build against him. Remember, Lilia also on what is a respectable tear on that Trundle, so I will say the Hecarim definitely needs kills to get ahead, but he also can't lose clear timing. So gotta stay on top of that.
Yeah. And that, as you said, was kind of wasteful and interesting because I felt like 12 CS a minute's positioning was a little too aggressive. We also have some... Okay, it's actually Prime. I thought, wait, what? That was the support doing a little roamy and just warding it out, I guess. Not really, actually. Just passing by.
Just passing by, nothing to see here. No big deal. In the bot lane, once again, nothing of a discrepancy. What I will point out, though, this time is that in the mid, we are seeing a slight gold advantage for Hecty on this Sylas. So a bit of a exchange, turn this one around. A little bit surprising, especially given the fact that Sylas, of course, having to constantly fight into poke like that.
Yeah, and do such a great job in spite of all the poke from Glorious Killer. But we have Lilia roaming around while also Mr. Reno is here for that counter game.
Woo! Gotta be careful. On the side there, Reno, though, of course, spotted out the rest here. No real response found. Now Glorious Killer with the ultimate and the Spirit Rush. Hecty will try to heal through, but the burn might be too much to handle. Too hot on the board there. A kill for Glorious Killer. Finally, at least subduing our worries about that Ahri pick.
Oh my, that was so clutch though. All the healing from Sylas.
Reno here. We already saw him utilize the charge on the Scuttler here. They're actually going to give this one away to Lilia for the time being. So nice steal proclaimed there on top of what is already the extra goal advantage. So continuing to press back in terms of the speed of that clear when we discuss Reno.
Yeah. And we see both junglers going back, getting that farm. Nothing much happening here. We still have a slight CS lead for Hecty against Glorious Killer. It's honestly very impressive. In the midst of all that poke and the damage from Ahri, we did get that kill on him. Mr. Reno is going around and lurking near the Dragon Pit. And also Sylas going down, well, potentially a gank here.
Looking for a semblance of response potentially into this bot lane. We know he has a chain available for CC, but oh, it's actually the start of the bandage toss. Sylas nowhere in vicinity. Prime, one more auto would do it there. A bit of a miscommunication. I know the wave is pushing in the mid lane. He's got to find a response towards it, but the timing there could have been absolutely just dire for New York. I'm a bit surprised that they were so separated on a call out like that.
Yeah. It's definitely different from what we've seen in the last game. And Prime was just so close to dying. A little too uncomfortable. But as we see Lilia sealing the red size jungle, SNHU is gonna guarantee that Drake. So worried about that zap steal. The Jinx didn't manage to get it. As Olivia does take down the red buff from Mr. Reno.
Might I point out something? A melee top laner Mograth on this Aatrox should not be winning the CS battle against a Bane. I mean, obviously he's at the point now where she's not going to really have kill pressure on him. He heals too much, but the fact that she wasn't able to punish ever to a severe degree is extremely worrying for me, because we know for a fact when it comes to solo presence, Mograth, especially in these team fights, is going to be extremely worrisome.
Yeah, definitely. That's why it was so impressive to see both Sylas and Aatrox having better performance CS wise against these ranged opponents.
Actually, going to transfer down now. Go for the Ritz Herald. I wonder if Reno might potentially hear this one. Obviously, he doesn't have horse's ears, human ears, so potentially a little bit better. I'm actually not sure what's better. If someone ever wants to correct me, I'd love to know whether an animal, horse to be specific, or a human has better hearing. Either way, he loses Ritz Herald. That's the more important part. Bandage toss in here. Prime. A little bit of the magic damage. Pancake Men on the rotation up. This will prevent any more pressure here, but nothing else.
Oh yeah, okay. So I'm casting here now. No Zephyr. Zephyr has been banned. Banished to the void. It's not here anymore. And we do see the pledge coming from 12 CS a minute in that attempt of an engage from Lilia. And Narkessa has been thrown back into this broadcast. Welcome back, Zephyr.
How hard is it to get my face on stream? How hard is it to get my distaste of my face in front of this audience? I want them to know I didn't like that.
Oh, goodness.
All right, whatever. No response. No response. I'll let it slide. For now, though, nothing too much has changed here. Once again, gold slowly accruing for New York Institute of Technology. Only it's the 1K advantage, though. But still, slight advantages found across the board. Most notably on the top side of the map, Magrath, Lilia, a huge chunk on themselves. Almost a 1K advantage, though, for Lilia on this Trundle.
Yeah. And the Hecarim is really falling behind, and as you mentioned earlier in the match, they really do need that pressure to get those early kills to scale better. Whereas the Trundle is just cleaning all the camps so fast and having great map presence.
Woo, big engage there. Hecty finally thick enough to deal with the burst here of Glorious Killer. Mr. Reno wasn't really in position there and also caught with a prime. Now back towards Pancake Man. There has what will be the Haymaker. I love the use of the Shadow slot there, but it's not enough to provide fear on this Hecarim to prevent the death of his friend Pancake. And as a result, another kill picked up, this time around into the hands where you least want it, Hecty. And Hecty to continue with more, forcing that flash out of Glorious Killer.
Wow, that was a lot of resources spent on trying to get Glorious Killer. And they dropped their Rich Herald, gonna guarantee those juicy places. Maybe Hecty is overextending here. No, I think they have good knowledge of what they can do and where the red team's at.
Whew. On the side here, engage over return, a nice pull all in the mix, but Reno and Pancake Man survived for so long. That rocket, though, will hurt here as Lilia on the side, the bruisingness, the absolute onslaught of this Trundle is just too much to handle. Now 2 major carries. Danger to continue to follow. The zap doesn't quite land, but the charm does! And with a burst like that, Jinx will be saying goodbye!
Oh my. Glorious Killer has been shining. Has really been a highlight for Southern New Hampshire. But at the same time, wow, New York has got that Jinx.
New York has got that Jinx.
They've got that Jinx, and it's been so consistent, even though they just fell. It's, I don't know. I don't really agree with Southern New Hampshire not having banned the Jinx because they were so crucial in last game and so frightening to see that champion scaling throughout the match, which is definitely inevitable, as we do have now the same CS amount for both carries on bottom lane. Jinx is gonna inevitably outgrow you, and it's always gonna be too dangerous. So maybe that is a flaw in the draft from SNAG, but we're gonna see. His Glorious Killer is doing a great job with that Ahri.
Well, for now, we'll see if the strength of this Ahri can match against the rest of this. Charm doesn't quite land, but at least the Spirit Rush does allow for Killer to pull back. One more on the rotation there. Don't think we're going to be seeing any further movement. Lilia, though, still steps up. Has to be careful. Reno's on the sideline. They aren't quite the most extreme fed. I will say a Divine Sunderer combo on a Trundle like that is just nasty. Right? I mean, there's no surviving the 1v1 against him. Anyone right now. You might be able to kite it with the Vayne, but even with a good Subjugate, a nice pillar to slow that one down, I don't even think she escapes.
Yeah. And as I said, Glorious Killer has been such a highlight for SNAG. Lilia has been so present, whether it's on out-farming Hecarim or just staying on top of all that's happening in this map. And that's what we're seeing here. Oh, look at all this presence they've got, which is probably gonna turn out into maybe a dragon fight, as we do see Ahri pushing in that middle lane. They're trying to do the same on bottom, so they can have the vision and the control around the dragon pit. And Hecarim is a little far behind, but we know he's a speedy boy. speedy boy. He can get fast into places. And Lilia does start dealing that damage on Drake. Glorious Killer and Miss Arena for joining.
Woo! Big bandage toss down on the defense, prevent that Ari, but the rest of the squad might be suffering here. Prime looking low. Mograth, though, on this Aatrox. The first time we finally got to see him in play here, flashing over that wall. Now Lilia on this tunnel, securing the kill on Reno means he can come back, potentially play into this one. Mograth, though, woo! With the burn like that, cannot take any more risk here. A huge pillar will prevent Born Stella from making their way out of this one. Now Pancake Man, does he have the haymaker? Does it even matter as he works his way under turret? I gotta say, Lilia is unstoppable right now, and Mograth is becoming just as worse.
Yeah, both players with big bounties. 500 for Lilia, 200 for Aatrox for Mograth. This is huge for New York.
Little bit.
What do you think?
What? Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, ask me a question. I'm sure that'll work out well. That's done us wonders here on this broadcast today.
Oh yes.
I'll say something coherent. Go ahead.
Okay, I trust you. What do you think it's needed from the side of SNAU to try and equalize this match?
That's tough. At this point, it's getting further and further ahead. You're already struggling to deal with those bruisers, and with an engage like this constantly forcing you back and say something like that, a Mumu combo Silas, you never really have the opportunity to find those picks, to find those kills, to secure any kind of objective at this point. Now, yeah, you have a really great strength and Glorious Killer on that Ari, but that's just one target. The Hecarim, it's falling off. The Vayne, it's not quite there yet. Same with the Heimerdinger, and I don't know. At this point, New York might continue to ramp, and if they don't let that Vayne, let that Heimer scale up, there might never really be the opportunity for them to fight back into this one. Granted, all really, I would say, Southern New Hampshire need is the time to find presence on those carries. They already have Glorious Killer. That can work for now, right? You can take your time and just allow for that clear to come forward, and at that point, then maybe you find the gold necessary. Maybe you find the kill presence back on your substitute carries, but I don't know. It's tough. Both of them have faced multiple deaths, 0, 3, and 1 in a combination there. Not looking the best.
Yeah, I agree, Zephyr. It's a matter of if New York is gonna let Southern New Hampshire have the time to scale. And of course they don't want to do that. And the way they've been handling this game, they have been so present just on every objective. They now have 1 Drake and 2 Heralds on their backs and 2 turrets taken down, whereas on the side of SNAU we just have 1 Drake, no turrets and no Heralds. So it's just that it's looking really tough. And this Vayne hasn't had the time to shine yet. Maybe Glorious Killer is gonna be enough for the time being, or to let them scale along with the Heimerdinger. But it's gonna be hard. I think it's hard to see, as New York has been playing, that they're gonna let that happen. They've been so present, so ruthless, and I don't think it's gonna be enough. Of course, for SNAU.
Hopefully they're able to kind of survive here. One big problem we haven't really discussed, given haven't been finding many kills. I mean, a lot of the focus has been on Lilith and Mograth. Andrew, massive on that Jinx in game 1, can be just as much of a threat into this one as well, right? And as this continues on here, the Jinx doesn't get any easier to combat against. And I know we've amped up Vayne, we've amped up Heimer potentially being into this problem here, but at the same time, by not having any kind of response to anyone on New York, they're constantly letting that Jinx find the gold necessary to be a hyper carry. And once that Jinx is a hyper carry, I feel like it's all but done here. Still, massive CC Leia, no pillar there, a charm to dissuade. Killer did have to expend a bit of the Russian. Actually, on the way back in there, is caught by the bandage toss. One more to follow, a big front here. A haymaker with that face on the back end. A big dive from Hecty. Can't quite pick up any more, though. Meanwhile, Lilia finding their own response. 12 CS a minute still available on this Vayne on the hunt. Silver Bolts pulling all the true damage out of this one. Technically, though, the win is in favor of Southern New Hampshire University. New York, their biggest mistake, they funneled too hardcore into that fight.
Yeah, even though it was Glorious Killer that, in my opinion, just made a too bit of a ballsy dash in front of all that team, in front of Amumu, Silas. I mean, all New York's team can, aside from Jinx, they can just engage and jump on them so easily. And it's interesting to see how Southern New Hampshire found a way to come back from that fight, and it's how you said it, they funneled so bad, and Heimerdinger's turrets were just dealing so much damage, and they didn't even see where all the damage was coming from, and they were just suddenly all dead. Because at first it did seem like it was New York on the lead on that fight, but it turned out like it was, I mean, 2 people left on both sides, and as you said, a little bit of a lead for the New Hampshire on that particular team fight, where we do see 5k gold lead for New York right now, and that's impressive as we have a gigantic trundle on the hands of Lilia. 6-0-3 with over 2,000 gold advantage on that hack rim on the hands of Mr. Reno, and a more than 1,000 gold lead on Aatrox versus the Vayne on 12 CS.
I will say, though, the Vayne was definitely kind of scary. And it wasn't like it was a slouch. I mean, the Vayne definitely had some presence in terms of damage. It wasn't that super hyper-carry Vayne run you down yet, but it was definitely enough to prevent that fight from spiraling out of control here. I gotta be honest, for what was a very strong control of the game here from New York, I haven't seen them do much with it in quite some time here. The engage, the setup, it's been a little lacking. Granted, 3 minutes away from a Drake, the Baron being up, you kind of need a team fight there. They might just be waiting for these objectives to continue walk. I mean, if they bolster themselves with damage, save that Dragon, or continue to pile gold into the point where that Jinx is just absurdly strong, then maybe I can see their transition, but definitely a little bit slower than what we've come to know them for.
Yeah, absolutely. And we gotta see New York picking up that pace, because the 5k gold lead, where are we seeing the advantage of that in the gameplay? They've been really lacking on that front, because what we saw in last game was they had the advantage. Actually, at first they didn't have the advantage, but when they saw they could have a open door to engage and capitalize on SNAU, they did it. So I feel like maybe New York is feeling a little more, taking this more carefully. Maybe it's a little too passively this game. And I don't know if that's going to be a good idea, because that SNAU needed was time. It was time to grow with space, to get that farm those items and scale, especially on the hyper carry Vayne and the Heimerdinger. So it seems like the Ari, the Glorious Killer, has been able to, and of course Hackerem and Encakeman, my apologies, have been able to stall this for the moment and just let things roll, but not be too bad for them, and just letting the hyper carries grow. And that's gonna be a little too dangerous for New York, as we saw that not just Heimerdinger was really zoning that fight in that funnel in the jungle, as Vayne was also the one that made them go away and push them back towards that base, where they could have had an opportunity to just smash that fight, but Vayne prevented that. So it's interesting how this game's going.
Woo! Look at the Vayne here. straight on the hunt. Margraf, can he survive? Pushed into the wall. He's going to find a bit of the heal, but the last Q doesn't quite land, though. This is a huge dive. Teleport from Hecti. Oh, and look at the health, though, on this minion wave. Hecti, way too late there. Doesn't quite have that health still, though. Finds the steal, the onslaught of shadows straight onto 12 CS. A flee. One more chain of the blast will do it. It picks up a response even against 2 here. A beautiful rotation in from Hecti.
Yeah, that was amazing. Even though Mr. Arena was there and Vayne seemed very confident. Oh, nice dodge,
Nice
Mr.
dodge.
Arena. Just, you can't hit me. And yeah, I think maybe they just felt that they had enough because they had the numbers advantage. But Hecti said, this is gonna be my kill. And as we're rotating down for the Dragon Pit now, and Silas is top lane still. I think he still have time to come back, and the TP is going down from Mulgreth as well.
On the side here, though, no priorities found. Hecti, though, might be caught out. And with burst like that, there's no chance he gets out alive. The burn is the one that secures it from Glorious Killer. They will, though, lose the presence of the dragon. Remember, though, they are a 4-man. Engage onto Pancake Man. He has the Haymaker to go for the shield. Reno trying to split this one up, but they are in a jump. Flash forward for the triple. Curse of the Sad Mummy. Rocket, yes, will miss. Born Stellar is providing the damage. Double knockup for Margaret. 12 seconds of CS a minute here, right in the 1v1 or 2v2 against Andra. Flash out of the rockets and a zap to follow here from Jinx. Continuing it back, and look, it's Lilia to join the fray. A full ace here for New York.
Oh my! How did they turn that around? Oh my! New York! We thought we were seeing a misplay. New York! We're seeing a misplay from Hecate there, getting caught out of position. But then New York, even with the numbers disadvantage, they just fit in and they did everything. Oh my! And that's most likely gonna guarantee the barrel buff for them. Wow! Oh my!
Oh my god. What an absolute success of a team fight here for New York. A Baron 2. Look at how low Lily is. All 5 members secure it. And my, oh my. It's an absolute blessing here. Now, major leads. The Jinx is online. We've been waiting all game here for Andrew to finally find the pace. I still, though, have to give major props, though, to Lily on this Trundle. Managed to find the rotation all the way around, and while yes, we were focused on the 2v2, don't discount the separate team fight that was happening in the mid lane. Was the successful core piece on the sides that made that one happen.
Absolutely. And all of these very precise engages have been from Lilia all the way. Every time. If we see something that's going to be determining for the victory of New York in a certain team fight, Lily is there. Lily has been pivotal, and with the 700 gold bounty on their heads, 8-0-4, so huge. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be even harder now with almost 10k gold advantage for New York. Like slightly like 9k. We like to round things up, but it's still just an immense gold advantage, and it's reflecting on how much damage New York has been doing. But
Hecti,
the 1v1,
gotta be careful. Oh, 12 CS minute on the hunt here. The reset though on those cooldowns is just too important though. Hecti able to find an immediate response there. That'll be it. This is a problem. It's a 1-3-1 split, and you're missing a member of your team here. All these tier 2s bound to collapse.
New York has picked up that pace we were talking about.
Big man, bit of a pillar, big dive in the back from Prime, and a nice rocket from Andrew to secure the first kill, turning straight onto Glorious Killer. Yes, they will pick up the Mumu, but it will be at the cost of 3 here. Remember, We still don't quite have 12 CS a minute, and now Born Stellar on the Heimer also ripped from play. And with that, Sophie, the waves a crashing. All that is left in front of New York in the face of their victory here are the final turrets, as well as the Nexus. Congratulations, an absolute dominant, it's play tonight.
Zephyr, what an impressive series New York has shown us. And don't get me wrong, SNAG did pull up a good fight the first game and this one, but it wasn't quite enough with all the coordination and good communication that was happening on New York side. As we were saying, like, Lilia was just so dominant on every team fight, on every engage, and they were like just doing everything correct. There were a couple of team fights here and there that made us even reconsider what was all that advantage that New York had, because we weren't really seeing all that presence in the map. But then they just picked up that pace and they said, "Okay, we gave you a little bit of time. Yeah, we gave you a little bit of time. You know, don't worry about that. We're still here, and it's gonna be over. Okay, it's gonna be over soon." And unfortunately for SNAU, that's what happened. But congratulations to both teams. What an impressive series we had tonight.
I'm interested regarding the overall standings here, especially with the finale of round 9, the last matches of this general season here. Is or was it enough to keep Southern New Hampshire University in play here? Remember, Damon College was 4-4 prior to going into this one. Granted, with a number like that, I don't know how safe and secure they are, in the face of, we'll say, the top 4 standing that you need to find here at the end of the season here. But Damon College, they still have that matchup for themselves, I believe. Just to quickly check there, I actually don't think they have any more matches left. They're all done for the season. Never mind. New Hampshire's good.
New Hampshire's good?
I think New Hampshire's good, even with the loss.
Yeah. And it's nice to see like 2 teams like so greatly qualified in this series that we had tonight, and that both of them are still going. In spite of the loss, SNHU is going to be there. And I really talk about it again. NY's performance, just outstanding. Outstanding.
No, it was good. All right, well, we do have another treat in store for y'all here on the ECC Brawl. When we come back, we have an interview with Margrath from Team New York. Stick around and stay tuned. It'll only be a moment.
Here, potentially looking for what it will be that engage. A pillar drops down, a bit of a slow here. Glorious Killer going to be forced to flash and chase. It's doing under tower. First blood found here.
Of course, spotted out the rest here. No real response found. Now Glorious Killer with the ultimate and the Spirit Rush. Hecty will try to heal through, but the burn might be too much to handle. On the side here, engage over return. A nice pull all in the mix, but Reno and Pancake Man survived for so long. That rocket, though, will hurt here as Lilia on the side, the bruisingness, the absolute onslaught of this Trundle is just too much to handle. Now 2 major carries. Danger to continue to follow. The zap doesn't quite land, but the charm does! And with a burst like that Jinx will be saying goodbye. Big bandage toss down on the deep end, prevent that Ari, but the rest of the squad might be suffering here. Prime looking low. Margrath, though, on this Aatrox. The first time we finally got to see him in play here, flashing over that wall. Now Lilia on this Trundle, securing the kill on Reno means he can come back, potentially play into this one. Margrath, though, woo! With a burn like that, cannot take any more risk here. A huge pillar will prevent Born Stella from making their way out of this one. Now Pancake Man, did have to expend a bit of the Russian. Actually, on the way back in there, he's caught by the bandage toss. One more to follow, a big front here. A haymaker with that face on the back end. A big dive from Hecty. Can't quite pick up any more, though. Meanwhile, Lilia finding their own response. Look at the Vayne here.
straight on the hunt. Magrath, can he survive? Pushed into the wall. He's going to find of the heal, but the last Q doesn't quite have that health still, though. Finds the steal, the onslaught of shadows straight onto 12 CS a minute. A bit of the flee. One more chain of the blast will do it. It picks up a on the side here, though, no priorities found. Hecty, though, might be caught out. And with burst like that, there's no chance he gets out alive. The burn is the one that secures it from Glorious Killer. They will, though, lose the presence of the dragon. Remember, though, they are a four-man. Engage onto Pancake Man. He has the Haymaker to go for the shield. Reno trying to split this one up, but they are in a jump. Flash forward for the triple. Curse of the Sad Mummy. Rocket, yes, will miss. Born Stellar is providing the damage. Double knockup for Magra. 12 seconds of CS a minute here. Right in the 1v1 or 2v2 against Andrew. Flash out of the Rockets and a zap to follow here from Jinx. Continuing it back, and look, it's Lilia to join the fray. Oh.
New York has picked up that pass we were talking about.
Take man, bit of a pillar, big dive in the back from Prime, and a nice rocket from Andrew to secure the first kill, turning straight on the Glorious Killer. Yes, they will pick up the Mumu, but it will be at the cost of 3 here. Remember, we still don't quite have 12 CS a minute, and now Born Stellar on the Heimer, also ripped from play. Cost of 3 here. Remember, we still don't quite have 12 CS a minute, and now Born Stellar on the Heimer, also ripped from play. And with that, Sophie, the waves a crashing. All that is left in front of New York in the face of their victory here are the final turrets, as well as the Nexus. Congratulations, an absolute dominant.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Eastern Collegiate Conference, and I have a very special guest alongside me, Magrath from Team New York Institute of Technology. Let me be the first to welcome you to this, and also the first to congratulate you on that major win.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. So to start off, I want to ask you, you guys come into this with this massive lead, obviously not the number one, but definitely nothing to really lose. So I want to get your perspective, knowing that this wasn't a game that you could kind of take win or lose. What was the decision going into the New Hampshire matchup? Were you going to kind of limit test this one, or were you just trying to pound it out?
We were definitely trying to pound it out. Always, whenever we play games, we always want to secure the first win. If we do want to get a little spicy, that usually comes in the second game. Maybe not in the third, if there's a third, because then, you know, we might have gone a little too much.
We're too spicy? A little hot.
spicy, you know?
Okay. Sophie, it's your turn.
I'm sorry if I was just checking if our guest had anything else to add to that question, okay?
I mean, I guess I could add a little bit more though. I could add a little bit more.
Yeah,
But
feel free to.
definitely in
Yes.
our first game, you could give us, if you actually ever look at my profile, I may be in on a bit of a Shyvana tick, which was which was the only reason why we picked it first, only because I personally wanted to secure it.
Valid.
So you know, and it worked though.
It worked.
Yeah, I mean, not complaining, and it's so nice to see you guys just so comfortable that you can allow yourself to just. I want to pick this, okay? I hope you don't mind it. I'm gonna secure Shyvana, and I'm gonna make it work. So it's very nice to see that we could see in these two games how you guys' communication and coordination seemed so nice, and that's where it comes from all the confidence and trust you guys have in each other. But tell me a little bit more about the draft picks you guys chose, aside from the Shyvana and the Aatrox in the second turn. What was the thought behind those two draft picks?
So for those two, obviously, we always want to secure ourselves a good bot lane. Usually, our bot lane, Andreesu, his best pick, I would say, in my opinion, is always Jinx. He's very stable on it, and when he gets the ball rolling, as you saw in those two games, he really just keeps it moving, doesn't stop. Then we also get ourselves, or we try to get ourselves a good mid pick. Usually, we try to get him counter pick, but most times we're always blue side, so he has to go for the blind. So he always gets the comfortable Malzahar, you know, very easy to play, good to secure the setup for everybody with his ultimate. Jungle is pretty good at tanks, actually really good at tanks. Decides to do a little bit more damage, obviously, on the Trundle in the second game, of course. And then our support is a hook-based player most of the time, likes to pull out the Nautilus, pull out the Amumu, things like that, and really knows how to land his abilities the best, honestly.
Okay. And those engages definitely, secured what was the start of the realm of your dominance in both games there, as well as the rest of the engage provided from that team. I got to start asking, though, about New Hampshire here, your enemies in tow. Was there anyone that you guys really had decided, pre-match that was a threat? And then to follow up on that, getting into the game compared to those that you kind of analyzed as a pre-threat, who is actually the problem?
Okay, so pre-threat, we thought that, or at least in my opinion, I thought that we should, while looking at mid usually, so that way Hecty can get a solid blind pick on blue side. We also look at usually jungle and top. We usually save support and bot for second ban phase, because usually sometimes they like to save their supports in second pick phase for most teams we fight. And so we definitely targeted Volibear for them. They have a flex with that for top and jungle. And I know whenever that was partly a personal ban for me, partly because in the amount of Shyvana games I played recently, it was, besides Darius, the only one that I have lost to hard enough that I think it might need to be,
You're scared now.
It's a personal ban.
Hold on.
No shame in that.
No, wait.
It's okay to be afraid, Mongrath. The bear is terrifying.
Not for me, because Volibear can just ignore me and go after my team. It's for the team's sake. All right. Okay.
Understood. A savior.
Yeah. And But as for real threat, first game it was definitely I would say bot or mid, I think. But in second game, I was actually worried about top. Most times when we did think it was gonna be a Heimerdinger top lane when they picked it, but when they moved it to Vayne, I got actually more worried because with Heimerdinger, it's just like me sitting under tower. But with a Vayne, it's you sitting under tower while getting killed at the same time. So I was definitely more nervous in the laning phase, but it was, in my opinion, slightly anticlimactic. We kind of just like hand shook the lane, I would say, and I got to
Yeah.
like I got to CS, got higher CS than him at a time,
Yeah.
and
It's
it wasn't
crazy.
until that mid fight that we lost, where Vayne was showed up before me, was and then after that, she then solo killed me. I was like, oh no, she's scaling and all that. She has her Borg. She's gonna get her next item. But luckily, my team was there to, bring it back after that team fight loss, and we were able to secure the win.
Yeah. And as we've been saying throughout this cast, just so impressive, outstanding performance for all of them. And for what you have told us, you guys just have that just so nice trust in each other that you can get your comfort pick, you can get your personal ban in, and you're just gonna get. You guys are comfortable with what you do, and you know you guys do it well. So congratulations again, and thank you so much for the interview
Yeah.
tonight.
Is there
Thank
any last shout outs you want to throw out towards the crowd here, the potential fans of Mograth who might be
Oh,
waiting?
yeah.
Obviously, shout outs to the team. Hector, you got nice Malzahar ults, obviously. Flash just unplayable. Bot lane, very solid. Jordan, Semi, you guys, our support with the hooks. Honestly, listen, obviously if you had to go over pro teams, honestly better than T1's Carrier. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. And then obviously
Oh.
our jungler, he knows how to play. He knows how to play around me a lot whenever it's really needed. And
Got
so
you that
he's always,
simp?
yeah, we just got that top jungle synergy, of course. And then
Yeah.
obviously, if any other shout outs, I gotta shout out my friend Tragic Gameplay and my friend Rentai. They both, I play with them on the side, and I would say
All
honestly they're
right.
pretty good teammates.
Yeah.
Okay.
Heck yeah. That's nice. Amazing shout.
All right.
This was great. Like nice talking to you, having this interview, letting us get to know a little more about your team, about yourself as a player and a person. And yeah, thank you so much for being here with us tonight.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me, guys.
Of course.
All right. Well, what a fantastic interview. Mograth, an absolute legend. Can't wait to see how he performs in the rest of the ECC. Selfie, is there any last thoughts you may have regarding this series, this cast, anything before they take me away?
Oh yeah, you guys, Zephyr is never gonna be here anymore. He's been banned to the Shadow Realm, to the Shadow Isles, and that's enough. So I have to say, there it is. There it is. Yeah, Thresh has ripped their soul, and Zephyr is gone. It's just me, and I think we've talked a lot about what happened tonight and how amazing this was. Welcome back, Zephyr.
It's dark in there.
Oh,
I
oh
can't,
my God,
can't
it is
see.
muted.
It's dark and it's scary. With that being said, goodbye, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed the coverage here on the Eastern Collegiate Conference. It was an absolute blessing. Big shout outs to KTAD and Ebron behind the scenes, providing some of the work that you see there out on the Rift. Tune in to a little bit later if you want to check out the rest of what is happening here. We got more than just League. We got Overwatch. We got Valorant. We got all of them goody good esports. But for the rest of you, we hope you all stay safe. Have a good night.
Ready for battle. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Taking off. I'll show them. I am the power. Clearing the area. See you later.
Heroes never die.
Cease your resistance. Nanobook. Score 1-0. Ready for battle. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Locating. Taking off.
The objective is now active.
Taking damage.
I'm on fire. Please. Do not contact emergency services.
Anyone want to join me?
I'm on fire. What is that melody?
I am ready to activate the sound barrier.
Hi.
Score 1-1. Ready or battle. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 3. Capture the objective. The objective is now.
Get down. I might need this later.
Nothing's gonna stop.
I have found thee. For thy face.
Nap time.
Oh, let's break it. Dang!
I might need this later. Victory. Play of the game. Double kill. Attackers incoming in 30 seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Crusaders!
Complete. Score 0-3. Switching sides. Initiating match. Ready for battle. Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
Hi. Fighting the bells. 안녕.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers defend objective.
Helden sterben nicht.
Double, triple, quadruple kill. Attackers incoming in 30 seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
I'm going to roll them entirely.
Double.
I almost feel something.
This is not the end.
My shots find their marks.
Hello.
Objective lost. New defense point. Objective. This will only hurt for a bit.
Barrier about to break.
I have the back.
Back to me.
Round 1 complete. Score 0-2. Switching sides. Initiating match. Ready for battle. Attackers incoming in 30 seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A. Double. Objective lost. New defense point. Objective
Let them up. Take my turret. Work hard on that. I'm overloading.
Teleporter online.
Get through this. Time to read my ECS. Defense matrix activated.
Bob, do something! Yahi parambasta viktahe. Heroes never die. System optimized.
seconds remaining.
Let them up.
Double
My true potential is unleashed.
target in sight. Double
Unstoppable.
Round 2 complete. Score 2-2. Switching sides. Initiating match. Ready for battle. Attackers incoming in 30 seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A. Play of the game. Triple kill.
A summoner has reconnected.
Let me give you a hug.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Turns into minion spawn. Minions have spawned. Turret plating will fall soon. Blue team has slain the dragon. Blue team's turret has been destroyed. Killing spree. Rampage. Blue team's turret has been destroyed. Blue team's turret has been destroyed. Blue team's turret has been destroyed. has been destroyed. Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
So many rocks, so many enemies.
Red team has slain the dragon.
Smell you can feel.
Rampage. Red team double kill. Dominating. Blue team's turret has been destroyed. Blue team double kill. team's turret has been destroyed. Blue team's inhibitor has been destroyed. Blue team's inhibitor has been destroyed. Red team has slain the dragon. I'll be right under their noses. Blue team's turret has been destroyed. Blue team's turret has been destroyed. A summoner has disconnected. Master's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions has spawned. the dragon. summoner has disconnected. Turret plating will fall soon. Red team double kill.
Team dream.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
Startup power up.
Blue team has slain the dragon.
Standing still is more dangerous than moving forward.
Things free. Blue team's turret has been destroyed. Blue team's turret has been destroyed. team's turret has been destroyed. Red team's turret has been destroyed. Double kill. Shut down. Red team's turret has been. Aced. Red team's turret has been destroyed. Red team's inhibitor has been destroyed.
Oh, hello! You're welcome. Sneaky, sneaky. Here's something that won't wash off.
has slain the dragon. Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
Starlight reflection.
Red team's turret has been destroyed. Red team is slain by